Very well. I think we're already still waiting a little bit for people to arrive. So Chelsea and Christopher, you can sit over there. My name is Cinta. Welcome, everyone. I will be the stage host today, so I'll kind of be guiding you all through panel after panel, try to round up some people. Today, like I said, it's the wonderful Founding Lab event, final presentation day, where we will have both the exhibition and panel discussions where students can reflect a little bit on the process and on the projects that they did here. So today, with the first panel, I'm joined by 6 Founding Lab students and 1 collaborator. And also the people that will be moderating the panel will be Stephanie Lindstedt, who is the head of the new Interdisciplinary Transformation University, ITU, and Christopher Linninger, who was part of the founding convent. So I think they will also give a little bit of an introduction to the topic of today. So without further ado, I would like to give the word to you.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming here to the Science Park in Linz, and welcome also to our online audience. So we are here today to look at very, very exciting projects which were developed within the Founding Lab. And let me please shortly explain to you what the context of this work is. So we invited 75 students in the summer 2023 here for the summer school to experience Linz and to also think with us on how a university in the 21st century could actually look like. What would this be? We then extended this with the fall term with our 25 students, and we have some of them here in this panel. Again, the idea was on the one hand to work on interdisciplinary projects and at the same time reflect on how interdisciplinary work works and how it can actually be taught and how we can embed this knowledge and this understanding in our new university, the ITU, in the future. So this is the living lab for the new university, and I'm very, very excited that we got so much great turnout and great projects. This specific panel is on interdisciplinarity, so we will see those 6 projects, and then afterwards have a discussion on interdisciplinarity and especially also looking into the process on how those project results were achieved. So it's not only the result, but for us also the meta view, this reflection on the process is very important in order to inform our work for ITU. So, and with this, I would like to start with Chelsea. Mira. Oh. Huh?
Okay.
Okay, so now I have the wrong order of things.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Chiao Chi. Chu. Sorry. Try it.
Hey, hello everyone. I'm surprised that I'm the first one because I'm really bad in English, but maybe you can understand what I'm talking about. Hi, I'm Chao Qi from Taiwan, and this is my teammate is Kaito and Yongjun, and we aim to explore how the music can serve as a medium for learning between humans and plants and find a way for them to communicate. We will visualize this concept by sensing the biofeedback of plants to light and project this data onto an piano. By this method, plants can engage in to become the interface of the human and the plants. Oh, wait. And in this project, the system starts with human playing the piano. We design this machine to control laser device using signals from the electronica piano, and the laser will shine on the plant's leaves and excite the energy levels within chlorophyll on the plant's leaves. Through this machine and by the biosensors, we obtain clearly wave of biosignals. We trained an AI model based on these biosignals to drive the piano and proposing a new perspective on the interface between humans and non-humans.
And hello, I'm Youngjun. I'm from Korea. And as Chi explained, our performance is about 15 minutes, and it's performing between human and plant in a loop of signals that is coming from each other. So theoretically, it's an infinite piece without a beginning or an end. So the experience that our work is the sound would be pretty much similar to you sitting next to a stream, like a little river. But this imagery is not something from a horror film, that like having a sudden like bloody red water or anything you've seen in like recent AI generated video, that like river turning into forest or an ocean or a cyberpunk background cities. More than that, it's just something like nature, like small variations within a range of possibilities, and we explore that range. And no, not yet. Can we go back to okay. So, and this is a music we would like to make something very comfortable to listen, something warm, friendly, and open, and able you to surrender somehow. Because we all come from a very technological background now, and since we are very good at technology, we tend to think most solutions could be dealt with technology. We can control everything. But there are many situations in the world that we cannot control because we don't know the rules for them and we don't have the technology to deal with. Then what could be the best thing when we cannot control? And our work is trying to say you should surrender, but gracefully. So somehow allow you to let something happen to you through music, but not damaged by it, or not even damaging anyone. And also the plants. Because like we said about, like I was saying about the surrender, we are already experiencing this kind of surrender from religion, art, or other sublime experiences that we face, such as when we visit a good space or even nature in a landscape. And we want to say we should keep this attitude, same to other species as well. And now we can go to the next slide. So there are these three green boxes represent the three different streams combined in our performance. And here I was implementing DDSP, which is a neural network-based model that transfers timbre. And timbre, some of the people might not be familiar with the term, but it is a tone color. It's an acoustic texture of audio sample. And I brought some examples here. And if you play the first audio example. So if you say that you have this violin and then you have the other audio.
Somewhere over the rainbow. Okay.
Then when timbre is transferred, you get this. Okay. So on the right side, like this is how we were getting this, reading the biosignals from the plant. And since we are reading the biosignals and we are trying to get into the collaborative work with the plant and human through music, we needed a translator, a delegate, rather than using a human. We thought it would be the best spot for AI to come in to translate, which might have less inherent bias compared to human, I guess. So in the performance, the piano will be played by a human pianist, and then the other piano is automatically played. It's called Descafia. And the notes for that piano is a translated result from DDSP trained on our pianist intention, and that is what you will hear from the plant side.
Today, so I tried to talk about the potential discoveries in disciplinary project and the methodologies to realize them. So, for example, we were able to present lasers from being merely plant stimulation devices and instead more than visualize the musical structure and polyphonic. So such was possible because of the deep integration of these three fields of ours, and therefore we believe the system we created translates the mere visual performance to become what can be called an instrument or representing a form of synergy. Furthermore, as a musician and scientist I am, so I primarily work on formalizing tacit knowledge into explicit knowledge. So in other words, making the skills of those who are proficient into something preservable or transmissible. So this time, from our side, I have tried to formalize how to resolve conflicts and steer towards synergy in an interdisciplinary project. So please look at the image. So I would like to simplify it. So in an equal relationship, different perspectives hold different axes. So red one and blue ones. And during such times, conflicts and frictions are expressed by components that move in opposite directions. So big red ones and dots in the blue ones. So conversely, vertical components represent a relationship where pursuing one does not harm the other. So in essence, a gathering synergy between each other involving exploring how to decompose each other's values and project them onto alternative axes to make them vertical to each other. Please next. And in practice, I have applied this not only to heated discussion among others in multi-person projects, but also a creation of interdisciplinary synergy, but also internally within works. So that is how to reconcile musical conflicts arising from the difference in the umbert between plants and humans, among others. So therefore, I invite you to appreciate the performance also from the perspective of these formalized frameworks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know, we might need this over here, I think. So, this is all in a different order than I have it. Okay. So, sketches for self-analysis. Yes. So I hand over to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Cyan Danjou, and I'm presenting Sketches for Self-Analysis, which was a collaboration between me, Luisa Del Amaral, and our artistic collaborator, Sung-Hoon Song. How do you approach uncertainty for life? Do you try to find answers, or do you take it as it comes? When we as humans face the uncertainties of life, we can often feel confronted by our lack of control. Louise and I connected on our shared experience of trying through cycles of rationalization and analysis to find a reason for a sense of losing control. Without a counterfactual gain, a lesson, or a win, we felt identifying a logic or theory that could somehow quantify our lived experience would somehow satisfy this imbalance, giving us rest or peace. Through our joint processes, we created two pieces, Anamnesis and A Knowable Certainty, an academic paper and an immersive live performance, which you'll be able to see at Deep Space tonight, which, drawing from our individual disciplines, both delve into different perspectives of how the human mind processes and interprets life. In a sociological sense, we started out with theories that explain social action through the lens of mathematical transaction. But we quickly acknowledged that trying to map human experiences through the language of computation comes short of accounting for the complexity of social reality. In every mathematical model exists a built-in margin for error that accounts for the omitted, sentimental, feeling, experiential, immeasurable factors that go unobserved. These factors that would easily skew or invalidate our results. And thus, without a clear answer, we were caught in an endless search for an unknowable variable in the equation searching for certainty. In our joint scientific methodology, that joint scientific methodology was inherently personal, cyclical, full of feeling in ways that we really wanted to make tangible to all of you so you could experience it as well. And so, translating this process into artistic expression through thank you. Through unknowable certainty was an inherently interdisciplinary undertaking. The work is a 2-channel, larger-than-life scale audiovisual performance featuring dances, film visuals, sound, narrative text, and song in a way to express across dimensions our journeys of finally finding comfort in our lack of control, comfort in simply being. The visual elements of a noble certainty, like this graph that you see here, will be projected onto the floor of the stage. They are referenced from our early explorations looking for computational representations of the human mind. But the independent variable, the dependent variable, and the way that the plots or the points are plotted on the graph are intentionally emotional, subjective, essentially rendering this graph unusable to a logical standard. Yet, in a performance setting placed in a space that allows for diverse forms of expression to coexist, this dysfunctional graph still communicates its message and intention clearly to you, its human feeling audience. The combined elements of the visual film, live choreography, and our scientific explorations converge to illustrate the process of breaking from reliving in cycles of the past, endless analysis, and extend an invitation for sentiment to exist beyond understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Sian. Since we heard this already here a few times this evening, there will be a performance at the Ars Electronica Center in the Deep Space, where you will see performances from both groups and others. So if you're interested, please join us there tonight. Okay, and with this, we come to Chelsea Goliath and Christopher Theis.
It should be on.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Chelsea. This is my collaborator, Christopher, and we're excited to tell you about our brainchild, Mirror Mirror.
Cool, thank you. I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone present here for our discussion on our installation, Mirror Mirror. So the inspiration for this installation was born from unique perspectives, but living a shared experience. Mirror Mirror is a quest to unravel the ongoing complexities in engineering a utopian era of unbiased technology. Our objective is never to eradicate biases within AI. Unfortunately, many of us do know and recognize that biases exist within AI. Rather, Mirror Mirror doesn't claim to have answers, but rather ignite a wider discourse and introspection about the inherent biases within these technological systems. The centerpiece of our installation is both a literal and metaphorical reflection of these themes. It transcends traditional technology, evolving into more of an artistic medium that not only showcases but also challenges our understanding of AI biases and personal prejudice. This installation then shifts the focus on providing from providing answers to prompting questions. So yeah, I think following from that, we again took this more as a catalyst for the recognition of social biases and personal roles within these complex systematic areas.
Because of our shared experiences, our collaborative approach was the instrumental pivotal point in how we were able to transcend the disciplinary boundaries to bring together our insights to foster a very comprehensive understanding of that bias and how it affects people like us. And I would say that the synergy was a pivotal point in creating the environment that was essential for tackling these issues, especially as we approach the project. In our journey and utilizing our shared skill set, we employed our data science methods that include algorithmic and machine learning analysis, where we trained models like famous data sets like Oliveri's face data set, large face data networks, Celeb A, Fairface, and we employed some basic convolutional neural networks and debiasing techniques. This was very interesting when we were trying to unpack it because it informed our understanding of how these biases manifest in AI. It's important for us to understand that people like us are not always behind these algorithms, and that's how these biases manifest. And to us, this is more than a project, it's more of a journey, which is why it's an ongoing process. It's not a complete process, but it's a pivotal start for us to understand that this is a journey into the heart of AI and societal implications. And it's a conversation starter, not a problem solver. It's a reflection of our collective biases as human beings and a beacon of change towards a more equitable technological future for everyone. We see the importance of this conversation, and there's a need for ongoing dialogue and for introspection in the field of AI and technology on everyone's side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with this, we come to our last contributor, Pian-Yao Liu, who will present to us a dreamscape, so to say.
So I really love dreams. And sometimes in my dreams, I have very mystical experiences. And sometimes when I wake up, I feel like I don't want to wake up. I want to go back into that dream. So that's why I was thinking, what if we can have an experience that lets you relive your dreams? And that's why I developed this virtual reality system. So in this system, when you're getting the virtual experience, you have a little ear in your palm. And then what you can do is you can whisper into that little ears about your dreams. And then what you whispered about will be visualized in the virtual space. And then maybe you can walk through your own dream objects or even use your hand to pick it up, scale it up or down, or throw it away in the air so that you can reconstruct your own dream world in a way. And then this project is also, we conducted a scientific study. So what we do is I actually, as a researcher, did a 2-week self-observation study. And every morning when I wake up, I have a recorder right next to my bed. And the first thing I open my eyes is to push record. And I keep my eyes shut and then start to speak about whatever I remember from that dreams. And then at the end of the day, I put on the VR headset and then try to relive my own dream experiences for 2 weeks. And then I write down my own reflection note as a researcher and then see how would it feel like to live with this system for 2 weeks. So if you go to the next slide, there is a video about the system. So here I'm giving I said I dreamed of an aircraft from the movie Dune. And then the generative AI system gave me this organic looking aircraft with texture, and then you can use your hand to grab it and interact with the object. Iron Man. And then say I dreamed of Iron Man. Why not? And then you can play with it and then really try to hopefully re-experience the feelings and thoughts and emotions in your dream. Yeah, and then from the scientific study, after the 2 week of self-observation, I was collaborating with dream scientists from Montreal, who have been working on brain and dreams for 30 years. And one of the key insights we get is that by using generative AI model to generate these dream objects, it provides a potential anchor for us to anchor some personal meanings in our dream. And then from there, we can start to explore deeper insights about ourselves. Maybe we can even develop new understandings about our waking life problems. And also, as a media artist, I also build upon this system and we'll have a performance tonight at Deep Space. So if you have time, please stop by. And thank you very much.
So thank you very much for this really great presentation, the first round. You can see a lot of the projects today here. They are showcased here and also tonight in the Deep Space. Actually, the dream is a good keyword for our little discussion round, because when we started with Founding Lab, actually, we started with the dream of a new university based very strongly on interdisciplinarity. Now, interdisciplinarity is also part of the name of the university. So the goal is set, and at the beginning we were not quite sure how to find out how this is really working within the university, and we are still researching. And so the first research project we set up was the Founding Lab. So we knew approximately what dish we would like to cook, and we knew quite clearly what kind of ingredients we need for this dish. And the ingredients we needed is like total diverse background of people, total diverse background of disciplines and all this. And we thought we start with an experiment to bring this all together and see what's happening. And actually we are now at the stage where we can now reflect a little bit on what was happening there. And actually I would like to ask you, maybe we start with the Stream in Wayne's group, because you found yourself as a group within the Founding Lab, actually, and you come from so diverse backgrounds, and technology, art, and so on. And I just wonder, within the process you had, what were the main challenges you were facing in the process? And also, you had a certain background. You're coming from certain disciplines, certain backgrounds. What did you learn about interdisciplinarity here in the Founding Lab? So I'm not sure who would like to start. So maybe about the challenges, or yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, as you mentioned, like we didn't knew each other before this program, and we all come from different country, and we're not good at English, but English was the only language we have in common. So itself was a challenge, I suppose. But to me, what was interesting was in the result, like we have a very blended color in our work. We don't have a single color, like, because even for me, like, I don't think only my contribution stands out. So together, like, we were touching a very like big question, I suppose, because if I just pursue my research in my domain, I can just keep going with the like hitting the benchmarks that already computer science domain has been hitting on. But in this case, when it comes to interdisciplinarity, it doesn't exist. Like the measures that you've been using in your domain doesn't really work here. So I think that really brings the importance of collaboration and communication, so that you can create a new measure for, I suppose, a better culture. Because I think interdisciplinary really shines when it is contributing to a new great idea. And I think great idea comes from a corresponding culture. So to make such culture, I think interdisciplinary is what we need, but we need, like, the hardest thing, I think, is first we need different people. And then we need them to work together. So for that, like such questions, like existing questions may not be really accessible for each. So, like starting from creating a question that people from different background would resonate, that was a challenge, and I think it took a really long time for us as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Okay. As Yongjin said, because I come from Taiwan and I'm not really good at English, so through day and night description, then I improve my English very well. Yeah, we discuss it many times a week, and for me, because I have the background of the life science and I'm an artist too, I used to collaborate with different backgrounds peoples. But for this project, for me, it's really sometimes I feel challenged because for example, when I need to plan an exhibition, and in the past time, I need to ask everyone's what you need, because I need to set up whole installation. But the installation is served to the pianist or served to the function of the plants or the human beings. So if it need to running, and it's the first things is to serve to the other person and their needs. So I ask it many times from different language. I mean, because he speaks Japanese and I speak Chinese, he speaks English. So there are many languages in our discussing, and I, based on this information and my understand, to build up the installation in our project. So, yeah, and we made it. Thank you.
If time allows, please let me add some things. So, in terms of interdisciplinary, very roughly say, we could something which is we couldn't each of us solely do, and so from my perspective, as I said, there is many conflicts, of course. So I would like to do that, but someone said it's not cool or it's not make sense, or so it's when such situations not only there is not only A or B, but there is the other ways. So how to search the way, and I have learned from, for example, the attitude to the plants of the tree. So, or what Yunjun said, the kind of surrender. It may have several meanings, but in sense of myself. And so that's why I have learned many things from the collaboration. So I appreciate the opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with Chelsea, you approached a very complex topic, biases. There's a problem all over humanity already with this, and now it's exacerbated through AI. You worked with a collaborator, so how did you approach this process in an interdisciplinary way?
Thank you for the question. I would say that this project was really born out of alienation. I think as a Black person, being a Black person and navigating this world is one of the most alienating experiences, and it's not talked about enough. And so we approach this collaboration from a very personal experience, a very shared experience that both of us can relate to. And that's what we used as the foundation to be able to address this issue. We received a lot of criticism along the way. People asked us, how do you plan on solving this? How do you think you could challenge this? And it was never for us to solve the problem. It was for us to use our experience and to apply that in an artistic way to make people see the world the way we do, or try to make them understand it from that perspective, because it's not spoken about or it's not seen enough. And collaborating with someone who could at least share that experience was a very important part of it, because I felt so alienated. I felt like there was no one else who I could share this experience with, who would try to, or at least understand what it's like to walk into a room and for facial recognition technology to not even detect your face because of how you look, or because of the Afrocentric features that I have, or because of the color of my skin. There's no one else that would have been able to understand that, and that's why it was so quintessential to have someone that was able to also understand that. I don't know if you want to touch on that a bit, maybe.
So I'll just add on to that. I think the aspect of interdisciplinary played quite a crucial role, because I come from a very kind of like academic focused background. Being a chartered accountant and data scientist, my life has always been focused on a input process output kind of objective that I got to follow. And I think being able to express these types of issues through a different medium, through a medium that not many people express and kind of project and inform people of these issues. It was quite a challenging thing to do. But yeah, essentially the shared experience played a very vital role, being able to not just feel that you're working with someone who understands, but can empathize. And I think trying to communicate some type of feeling or emotion, then I believe that, yeah, our objective is kind of there to get people just to kind of think about it. How do I feel about this? I feel weird that this futuristic technology is not seeing me, and being able to, get that conversation going.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is a very important aspect to it, also in building up this university, because sometimes if you're so centric on certain technology development, you are to a certain degree blind if you're not including diversity within the university, within the teaching, within the whole setup. So it's thank you for your contribution. Also in terms of diversity, actually, I would like to hand over to you now, because your project, if you look at it, there is quite core generative AI components in it. And if you look at the project and if you see it, you have a certain imagination what kind of startups and what kind of other commercial outputs or industrial outputs could also emerge. And in terms of interdisciplinarity and diversity, you have chosen an artistic expression for your presentation. And I just wonder how important this is, to a certain degree, to have a certain, how important the diversity of expression at the end of a project is for you, that it's not only, for instance, industrial or something, it's artistic or experimental. And I just wonder how you see this, and yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it's a great point about my personal struggle as well, because when you have this, you feel like, oh, I could be an artist, but also an entrepreneur, but also a scientist. And now you have different hats, and then you wonder which one should be your main hat. But I feel like, personally, I come from a background of human-computer interaction. And in the field of computer science and human-computer interaction, no one talks about dreams. So it's not easy to propose a scientific research of using the cutting-edge technology to facilitate dream technology. And I was really fortunate to really connect with these dream scientists from Montreal. They actually have a dream and nightmare lab in Montreal, and they were using neural sensors to looking at what's happening in people's brain with dreams and what's the meaning behind it for decades. And so when you find truly like-minded people, then you can really start to explore new territory in terms of scientific research. But then also, I also have a background in interactive art as well. So, and it's always challenging us to think about how can we approach technology through art. And then art could be a saving power to technology we have today. So that's why I was always reminding myself, how can I also do artistic expression through my scientific research? And then also, as you said, it could also even go beyond academia and art and become a commercial product. And a lot of people give me this feedback as well. So if you use this system not for dream visualization, but maybe for imaginary fictional story, you can totally create your own imaginary world with the system as well. So indeed, there is a very wide application for the system. And I think to have all these things is especially crucial in for the future university education as well, is that we're not just educating only scientists or only artists or only entrepreneur, but to be able to have this education that you can branch out and then have this all a variety of potential contribution to our world. That's my take. Yeah.
Communicating science, technology, and of course needs to be at the core also of our university, and for this art is a wonderful medium. And Sian, you used multiple modes of self-expression. So how did you get into this process, and how did your collaborators help in there?
Absolutely. My collaborators were absolutely vital in making the project come to life. As I explained a little bit, it was a project that heavily wanted to explore the place of feeling, emotion, and sentiment within logical scientific structures. And my collaborator, Luisa do Amaral, she is an architect and a sociologist, and my background is in design and art. So we have very different methodologies and approaches to the way we do our work. But one thing we joked about in the beginning is that I tend to be a very logical artist, and she tends to be a very sentimental scientist. And something that we really came together about is how much that process fed each other. So I learned a lot about philosophical, sociological background research, and that really helped me create new visions for the project. And I think being able to visualize our concepts, our research, was a really nice way for us to do a back and forth. But what tended to happen is we got caught in this cycle, and I explained that a little bit as well. And to kind of jump ourselves out of this cycle, we allowed this very personal experience to become a collective. So we reached out to Sung-Hoon Song, who is an artist, filmmaker. And when we presented this idea, he immediately created this landscape of narrative, of visuals, and gave the project new dimension. The same thing happened when we then went to the next step and reached out to performers and choreographers who, like Donna Kim and Mai Yun Tri, who are performers in the film, they really capture the essence of the film in their expressions and the way that emotion rests in a human body. And so we saw the project grow in that aspect as well. And that kept happening as we reached out to new people and invited different mediums and different forms of expression to join our project. Now we had this film aspect. We reached out to our sound designer, Brian Wu, who created a sound landscape. And so suddenly this idea of logic and feeling intertwining became this very natural, full of kind of like sounds of the sky, sounds of the forest, sounds of animals, all coming together and expressing that in a new way. And so what I really hope to show in the final output is how all of these perspectives, how all of these disciplines can come together to bring new shape to an idea in a way that we really couldn't have imagined before we started the work, but I think was necessary for it to come to a new stage beyond our own disciplines and beyond our own understanding.
Thank you very much. I think what all these projects show very strongly is that interdisciplinary research or work is not where you have a problem at the beginning and then you divide it up, and one is doing the programming and one is doing the social aspects and the next one is doing the art. But that these things have to really melt into each other. And by working together, by understanding each other's competences and methods, something new evolves. So it's basically the other way around than what we normally experience in the division of labor as we do. So, and this is actually what ITU will be all about, is to be a melting pot of disciplines and of cultures, I hope. And with this, I want to thank you for coming here today. And please explore all these wonderful projects, and we will have several of these kind of panels here today. Thanks for coming, and enjoy.
So hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to look at the projects and also the ones from the previous. We are now continuing with the second panel, and for this panel we also have two new moderators that we're very happy that can join us. So we have Gerfried Stokker from Ars Electronica here, and we have Katja Schechner. As a Dutch person, that sound is extremely hard to pronounce. Schechner. From the Founding Convent. So also thank you very much for joining. And we have again 6 Founding Lab students who will talk a little bit about their project processes, but also the projects that they made the last half year. And without further ado, I would like to give the word to Gerfried because he will give a short introduction into the topic that we're going to talk about today.
Great, thank you very much. And also a warm welcome from my side here at the final presentation day of the first ever founding lab of this new university here in Linz. For those who just jumping in now into these presentations, founding lab is the starting experiment, the prototype of how a new university could look like, could act like in the 21st century. And to get to this point, we had this wonderful possibility to invite a lot of students from all over the world, from very different disciplines, not only for a summer school in the usual way, but to participate in the Ars Electronica Festival. As an experience, so there's a really personal deep dive into a world of interdisciplinary encounter of art, technology, and society, because this is what Ars Electronica is standing for. And since this university is dedicated to interdisciplinarity and transformation, what could work better than really joining forces between science, technology, the arts, and of course doing it with the perspective of our society and how our society, our culture is changing due to the impact of new digital arts, in particular, of course. The first discussion was very much about it already, artificial intelligence. So here we are now in the next panel, and the title is Beyond Boundaries, Exploring Humanity in the Digital Age. And I think this is really the almost kind of natural next step after interdisciplinarity. Interdisciplinarity, so to say, is a kind of method, as an approach, but where does it lead us? And when we are interdisciplinary, of course, we go beyond boundaries, but what is expecting us beyond the boundaries? How can we fit in with our changing ideas also of identities, of societies, of diversities? How can we fit in this world of technological normative developments that we are often seeing? And how can we utilize technology to adopt to this world, but also to adopt the world to our needs? I think these are the topics that were of very high interest to many of our students. The 6 that are now with us here on the panel really made a wonderful project. You will see in the presentations the diversity and what this diversity actually really can contribute to the development of ideas and solutions. And I think without any further ado, let's jump into the presentations, please.
Hi, my name is Puneet, and my project is called Cryptsensorama. This project is an attempt to showcase how the newly emerging technologies of virtual and augmented reality are not at all inclusive, but in fact create a digital divide among the society by deciding what kind of bodies can have access to these technologies and which kind of bodies are completely eliminated from the very design of these technologies. For example, specifically bodies of that of Christian and Eric, who are my close friends and collaborators, who are quadriplegic and are using wheelchairs and do not have the dexterity in their hands and fingers to move and navigate in these virtual and augmented spaces, because these devices often come with these controllers, as you can see on the screen, that assume that you can only navigate using your hands and fingers, which HCI researchers Gerling and Spiel also kind of mentioned that these extensive bodily movements in these VR and AR, like 360-degree head rotation to measure immersion, handheld controllers, and rapid hand gestures, have revealed that these VR AR technologies are designed by keeping a body in mind, which is mostly an able-bodied user. Next slide. So this project was divided into 2 phases by asking 2 research questions. The first one was, how can we hack and reverse and modify these ableist technologies and make them accessible for these disabled bodies, that of Eric and Christian? So in order to make that, I kind of developed customized 34 mouth gestures, which is by how can you use VR technologies using gestures of your mouth, like open your mouth, move your tongue out. So these kind of gestures for them to navigate, because they have very limited movements that they can do, and their head. So this is the first phase of the project. But then the second phase was like, how can we harness these assistive devices and do not see accessibility as an endpoint, but also push it and see like, okay, what can we do with these assistive technologies in order to create assistive and artistic interventions in which we can bring people who are like not disabled and non-disabled and can enter into this world of disability by using the same mouth gestures that I created for Eric and Christian and experience these VR and AR pieces. So this is my overall project was, and I'm showing this piece on the same floor towards the end, next to Dimitri's beautiful sculpture. And I would like everyone to come and visit it, and I'm having some slots that goes from 1:30 up till 4:30. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So, when you walk through the city, how do you feel? Are you connected to yourself or distracted, scattered, in a rush? Are you in control, or maybe it's your environment that controls you? In my project, Urban Oasis, I'm exploring the neuroaesthetic essence of the forest. I'm looking for a way to create an architectural language of artificial nature to promote focus and enhance well-being. Can we get? Thank you. As a society, we are suffering from the stimulation overload. Our attention is pulled in all those different directions. It's never sustained. It's always like partial, scattered. We are never focused on one thing, but we are also never focused on our inner state. And at the same time, we are visual creatures. Next slide. And the image of the city that we see is highly shaped by its visual qualities, by the aesthetics of the city itself. Also, we know from the biophilic hypothesis that this image of the city is influential on us in a different ways depending on the shapes that we see. When we look at nature, our well-being improves, we are better, we are more cognitive attendant to many different factors. And at the same time, there are places in the city where nature cannot be used. We cannot place nature, for example, in the hospitals, in small spaces where there is no light. That's why, next image, my project explores how we can use the shapes of nature to create those artificial natures that will be used in the urban design of the healing spaces, in where this biological nature cannot be placed. I decided to study the shapes of the forest because of this visual dominance of the like visual sense of the human beings. And following the processing of images in the human brain, the visual cortex, I deconstructed the images of the forest into little features that are understood by our brains. So I extracted edges, shapes, and structures. And then based on those features, I created a data set of images with decreasing complexity that will be used for neuroaesthetic study to see what is this minimal representation of the forest that would have the same effect on the human brain as the real images of the forest, and therefore can be used to explore like this architectural language of artificial nature. And in this first chapter, I would like to invite you really to explore those visual qualities of the forest and maybe also see how those can help you to be more connected to yourselves.
Look at your hands. Look at it. Think. Do you like your skin? Do you like your avatars? Your avatars. Your skin. Do you think you would be willing to change your skin with another player? Like if we were in a hyper-realistic, immersive, multiplayer game and we are all playing, is there somewhere here sitting, standing, that is not a real person? Is there NPCs around us? Are we all users, all humans? Do we treat each other like we are all users, all humans? NPC stands for non-playable character. So it's a unit that may look like a human, it can also be an animal, but it's not a human. And gamers interact with it as if it is not a human. So now it's being used as an insult, like you have such an NPC behavior. You're such an NPC. And it may sound fun if you frame it from the perspective of video games, but if you take it a little farther into the real world, you hear things such as, you're nobody. You're a background character. In my life, in the history of humanity, background people. People who's worth less than real people. So, Songs for NPCs, it's an anti-futurist concert in the form of a motion capture performance. And it uses the analogy of video games, of users and NPCs, to talk about the post-colonial interaction between nations and how workers' rights and quality of life is distributed worldwide. Where some of us, I'm from Peru, by the way, some of us get to experience lives as if we were worth less than other nations. That's why the post-colonial, anti-colonial approach is super important for my project. Some of the things that are discussion in this project are access to universal basic income as a response of automatization of jobs and future, how you say, massive layoffs probably coming from these technologies that are being developed that are not meant for everyone to use. So Songs for NPCs is a concert that an NPC will give to other NPCs who would like to be humans, right? This is a 100% human project. I swear I'm human. And yeah, I say this as a joke, but really it is important, especially now that we are witnessing so many wars, and it's very easy to lose perspective and dehumanize massive amounts of people. It is very important to believe that humanity is more than just a social construct. That's my project. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dimitris. I come from Greece. And my project is called Osio, in which basically I am creating a hybrid or an allegory of self-exploration and healing. The hybrid I'm creating is part me, part a tree and a rabbit, creating a weird being, kind of visualizing the oddness of existing as a queer person in an exclusionary society. The installation I have created is a sacred space, a crafted realm of care for the hybrid, and it's a product of performative research. It stems from traditional Greek protection rituals that have a really binary nature. And within this process, I took part in these rituals, and I reshaped them so they could serve the hybrid and in a way serve me, because I'm in a way the hybrid. And the hybrid as a process, as I told you, is a collection of 3 different 3D scans. One cut tree trunk that I found in Greece, a dead rabbit, and the leg part that we found in the forest, and myself. In this installation, you can see a 3D printed hybrid that also has a biological safety skin that is made out of gelatin, which is, again, a material that is many different discarded bodies together that all together form a protective layer for the new body. Kind of, again, creating a space of worship for the unworthy body and putting the queer entity in the center, kind of making it shine. So yeah, I hope you go there and see it and experience it yourself. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Letta. This is my project that's probably a lot of you cannot read the title, I realized. Superpower. It's called Chule Chule. It's in Ukrainian, so it's written in Cyrillic, which is a funny word because it means, have you heard, like, if you ask it with a different intonation, it means, have you heard? And then if you answer, we've heard. But also, have you felt it? We felt it. So hearing and feeling, for some reason, in a kind of dialect, is connected as one concept. Next slide, please. Yeah, so it's a video game and a performance that you'll be able to see tonight. So I can't spoil too much of it, so I have to be kind of careful. Yeah, so it's exploring these mutating online narratives, kind of deliberate misinformations, propaganda, all of that sort of package that we have to deal with right now. Physical consequences, but also bodies behind digital personas. I'm quite fascinated, like, how we develop the skills to tell now, like, who's a human, who's a bot. Like, every 3 weeks, there is a new technique to figure out if this comment is real or not. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know. It's a very, so basically, side quest. This is the project, it's based on my PhD research, and I'm mainly engaged with posthumanism. But kind of here, it really materialized into this, like, in this last 4 months, into this, like, online narratives focus. So I'm focusing on the shapeshifted embodiment and how we kind of shapeshift via the narratives we consume cognitively, but also physically. And it's sort of going to be explored via like a long chain of voice narrations within the game that are like altered via AI, via ChatGPT and then different AI voice co-creation. So I kind of wanted to let it sort of go and explore like its own AI's ways of mistranslation, I guess. Also, game interactions, quite important. Like, you'll see a lot of interactions within the performance. And there is live stream data via motion capture. So again, I'm playing around with this like body behind the online persona and behind the avatar. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is kind of the process. So in October, I started with this empty Unreal Engine project on the left. And we ended up with this performance, which is kind of crazy. In the middle, you have my hand-drawn process. Yeah, there is a lot of things going on there. So we have, we have like motion capture, feeding different chains of software into the avatar skeleton, into Unreal Engine's world that I've created. I lovingly handcrafted the landscape, hand sculpted it. Then we have, of course, the player's appearance, like a third-person character. We have different cameras that are sort of also playing around with the perspective of the player and the dancer, and then we reverse it. Again, if you don't see it, this is hard to explain. So you have to go and see it. And then, of course, there is this narrative that becomes a gameplay for the player to follow. The player is Julie, the person over there. And then the dancer is Jeffrey, who's this amazing genius. So, as well as Julie, of course. Sorry. And maybe next slide we can watch a little bit of the video. I don't know how much time I've got. It has no sound, so this is kind of a little bit of a spoiler moment of the interaction. Yeah, so we have like different stages of interactions and how the dancer and the player encounter each other. Swap like motion capture pieces as well, so they can both control one avatar on screen, and then the dancer takes the controller and sort of we see he becomes this other avatar. So we're playing around with this role swapping and control swapping. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
The performance glitching optimization in a few steps. A performance.
Oh, no? Okay. Hi. My name is Julie Michel Morin, and tonight I'll be presenting glitching optimization, a lecture performance about robotic failures in deep space. So I crafted a little video to kind of explain the project. I would describe the video as a academic kitsch project, a side quest into the main quest of crafting the performance. So let's watch it together, and we'll meet on the other side, right? Timing now. Yeah. Thank you.
The performance glitching optimization in a few steps. A performance lecture about robotic failures is a video and performance-based artwork that dives into the realm of robotic labor, featuring a diverse array of robots attempting and failing to complete assigned tasks. The performance brings into question how the concept of robotic optimization contributes to maintain neoliberal perceptions of performance while reinforcing a limited understanding of both humanness and machineness. The project adopts the format of a lecture performance, where I blended theoretical reflection on robotic standards with intimate stories about different types of failures encountered in my own queer academic trajectory. During my performative experimentation with the robots, I designed different dramaturgical tasks for them to fail softly. I used different types of robotic devices and challenged them to complete complex tasks. Roborock S8, a robotic vacuum, tried to clean a mess in a useless and challenging maze. The Aegis Rebel Cobot, a robotic arm without claws or grasping device, attempted to draw with a 3D pen and compete in a rock-paper-scissors game with myself. The Timios, 3 tiny wheeled robotic devices used for educational purpose, did everything they could to stay on a table without any sense of orientation. And Spot, a robotic dog, gave it 100% to stabilize itself while navigating slippery surfaces. The robotic performances are structured by a textual narration performed by myself and unfolds in 3 distinct chapters: dealing with your own mess, trying to grasp the world as it is, and looking for balance, becoming slippery. The project materialized itself as a series of film and live performances with those robotic agents, drawing on queer theories and the way they envision failures as a form of activism against the hegemonies, and on my own experiences as a queer person who failed so many times to respond adequately to the so-called norms. The project tackles the myth of familiarity, normality, and optimization in the robotic field. By hacking with care the role and purpose of these robots, I hope to make more visible marginal perspectives and robotic imaginaries, and in doing so shaping ways of protesting against the objective and method of techno-capitalism. Let's get weird. We're not here to impress.
Well, wonderful. I think the applause is also really for all of us here, of all of you here, with this wonderful array of projects. You have been working with people who were facilitating. You could use different types of infrastructures here of the University, of the Ars Electronica Center. I think it's really super interesting how differently you also used these opportunities, how you pursued the ideas behind it. And I think we are going now with a series of questions to each of you to investigate a little bit more about the background. Katja, are you going to start, or should I start?
Happy to start.
Please go on.
Thank you. So what we all found astounding and very impressive yesterday when we looked at your project is that you directly collaborate with the people you also designed the technology for. And how did that contribute to the process would be one question. And what do we need to be mindful of in order to include people with disabilities moving forward in the digital age and transformation?
That's a nice question. Just to put it into context, I feel like I have been building and developing technologies for people with disabilities since 5 years. But then the context 5 years ago was that I was in an engineering HCI lab in which disability is treated as a problem that needs to be solved and which can be easily be solved. That's the assumption by engineers, by any technology. But here, I think what the flip happened here during the founding lab time is like, I started working closely with these two collaborators of mine. And I figured like how the power dynamics flips, because I stopped pushing the technology onto them, but started asking like, what technologies do they need? For example, I went to them with 34 facial gestures, and I thought like everything would work, but they kind of canceled everything and said, we will only use 2 facial gestures. So that's the flip of power dynamics, which I feel like it's very interesting when we build and technologies for people with disabilities that do not treat them as a problem, but in fact see how their different way of embodiment could bring changes into the technologies. And referring to your second question, I feel like what could we do to include is like embrace this idea of what many disability studies scholars call cryptastic hacking. Crypt coming from this reclamation of the word crypt, in which do not generalize technologies for us. Come, live with us, stay with us, have beers with us, and figure new ways of hacking technologies with us. And that's, I feel, it's a good way to go forward.
Cool, thank you.
Thank
I'm looking
you.
forward to actually book a slot.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, then my question to Sonja. I mean, your project has, I think, 2 very interesting elements. The one is this investigation of how our brain responds to nature. But then the strong idea is to create a kind of, or to make here artificial recreation of this nature as a way, as a basis or a new method also for urban design, for architecture. How do you think that this can be really put forward into future ways how cities and architecture are being created?
I believe there are 2 aspects of this process. One is that when we are trying to reconstruct something, we frequently better understand actually how it works. So I would say this is a very enjoyable process to try to understand and reconstruct something to create something different. And in a way, this different thing will be artificial, but also when we look at many spaces around us. For example, we can think about hospitals. Not every hospital can afford a forest. And at the same time, there are hospitals, for example, in the UK, where people after the surgery are placed in those special halls with the overview of the Greenlands. And they report the lower levels of pain and they heal faster. And for me, it would be very amazing thing to develop this artificial language of nature that you can implement in those spaces when you cannot have the real nature. And you still can help people to heal or just simply to focus somewhere in the urban space.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudix, let me pass the mic. In our discussions and in your project, when you talk about the work you do, you use a lot of post-humanistic, transhumanistic concepts, very much future-oriented concepts. How would that apply, or how is it relevant for the here and now?
For context, I already said I'm Peruvian. I identify as a decolonial feminist. I say this everywhere I go. And these are not just words. These have a profound impact on my life. I every day see, like when I arrived to Europe, it was shocking for me to see that good quality of life was always a possibility. It was always available. It was shocking. So when I encountered these concepts that have been mostly theorized from Europe, like overall it has a very Eurocentric history to approach like the idea of the future of humanity. So post-human, transhuman, those are human projects. That is not a social reality that everyone is simultaneously experiencing. And because I was so many years of my life excluded from being able to imagine and make a proposal of indigenous future, my position is anti-futurist, because I feel like these words, these tags, take, for example, transhumanisms. Some of their most relevant conversations are called enhancements of humanity or humanity plus, and they are focused on anti-aging and cryo forever live you person who can afford it. So what's the cost? What's the global cost of developing these projects forward? In terms of resources, in terms of governance, I feel excluded, and I know that these terms, global south or global majority, may start sounding like generic, but we really need to grasp them for what they are. There's a strike all over the world. Like right now, also my country is in dictatorship. And it eventually creates a huge sense of frustration to have a very small elite talk about future projects of future that are so exclusive, so excludent. So it's gonna happen, like the global majority will take its power back. And I think that my project, it's super urgent because I'm trying to have fun with it. Like it's already a mess, like we're already on a crisis. I need to sing and I need to make it sexy because otherwise I will cry. Like I will cry. I've cried about this. I will continue to cry about this. And it's okay to have emotional responses to global crisis, I think. Like this is what I defend this idea. Music, I think it's amazing, and we've seen that revolutions take music to, music to be sung. And I already see it happening. Like we don't have to open that door right now. We don't need to talk about war right now. I'm willing to if you want to as well. But trying to act as if there is not a huge economical crisis coming because of the rise of billionaires and how hard it is just to afford to survive in some countries. So I'm from Peru, that's America context. USA has a lot of power so on our democracies. USA economy is about to crash. People is one rent away from homelessness. So yeah, it's super urgent. I will sing about it. You.
Sing about it. Go.
Great. Yeah. So, Dimitris, your project is probably the most personal, almost introspective project. It's very much about, of course, this hybrid identities, queer spaces. You extend hybridity even to not only animal but also to nature, to a tree, which I think is a very interesting approach to create a larger understanding of how we are all intertwined. But what is the role of technology? I mean, your project also seems to be one of those that doesn't show off technology, that is not playing with cool things. So, but how do you see the possibilities of technology to further your case?
Interesting. My project doesn't really show technology, but it has a lot of technology behind the scenes. And technological tools, especially generative tools, are used to create the hybrid. And they are the glue, in a way, to connect all these different pieces so the new entity can exist. Which is a really interesting process to me, because I take something that is natural, something biological, let's say, and I pass it through the technology realm or lens, and then it becomes dead still. And then I again try with this artwork to give it life. That's why I'm also using the gelatin and incorporating all the different rituals that have a real link to nature, trying to give it life. It is failing, of course, realistically, but I think that's a really interesting aspect of the project, that me trying to give it life is not really working. How is technology? I think like technology can foster these places by giving the regeneration aspect of it. But I think fostering and caring comes from humans in a way. And I'm really interested into that connection. Let's say rituals that are a collective act of humans, and the combination with like technology, which is in a way kind of a not really warm medium, have a really interesting output, I think. So yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also you, yes, of course.
Well, then let's follow up without giving away any more further details, I hope, so everybody comes to the performance tonight in the deep space. Yep. But you've been working very much in the realm of screens and computers, VR, CGI, and this time you actually interacted with performers, you worked with them. How did that affect your work? What did that transform?
This is like the second time I worked with dancers in motion captures. I had done a project last year. That was like the last year's project was the first like acquaintance with technology and how like uncomfortable it is, kind of annoying actually. Like, because when I worked with dancers, they're like, yeah, I'm ready to go into this room and perform, but they have to wear things, we have to calibrate over and over and over again. So with that, we like notice how, I mean, it's really great that they can be in motion capture and they also can be a 3D person, but it's kind of, we have to go over this annoyance. And once we sort of, the dancer is like, feels comfortable with the motion capture, it's more than better for both of us, I guess. But we had to be okay with failures as well. And in the performance tonight, we included calibration and motion capture as part of, I guess, the plot. And it would be funny if it fails, to be honest, because like I'm having super stress about this, but there is nothing we can do because it's magnetic sensitive. Like if you all have phones with your Bluetooth and whatever, and we can't ask people turn off your phone because nobody does that. Like, come on an airplane, who does that also? So you don't. Yeah, so basically like we have to be okay with failure. And I felt like that the change since I started working with the dancers and motion capture is that nothing can be really perfect, and the only way we can kind of incorporate it is sort of reflect on it also, like how these technologies are not there. There was not a single mock-up suit I've tried that has like sensors, not visual. That's sort of perfect. So you kind of have to navigate it, which adds more uncertainty and adds more chaotic energy to this whole like CGI technology process, which is very polished essentially. So yeah.
Cool, thank you. Looking forward to see it. To see both of you, basically.
Yeah. So the keyword is failure, definitely to pass on. And of course, you made a wonderful case in the presentation. It was clear that, of course, seeing them fail makes even robots more likely. But I think your work is not only about, to investigate how can the design of robots be optimized, or how can they be sold in a better way to the market when they are nice and likable. You have a much broader picture of how this different understanding of robots and robotic development and design also can contribute to a kind of larger picture of our society. Maybe you can elaborate on this part a little bit.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's clear when you see the project that my goal is not to contribute to the robotic field. Clearly, I think I do not have this expertise, but I do feel that my goal is more to kind of expand the imaginaries that we have around robotic, especially the imaginaries that we have of humanness and machineness and how they are encoded in robotic devices. So this is really what I'm trying to tackle with the project, I would say. I chose in this project to work specifically with failures because a robot and human in this performance culture are expected to optimize things, to, get the job done. So I was trying to explore, what is not expected, neither from us, neither from them. So I went with, doing a few experimentation with failure. A lot of the The work I did is based on the queer art of failure by a researcher called Jack Alberstam, where you kind of perceive failure and the joy of failing as a form of queer activism. So how can you question, interrogate, challenge standards and norms in this exclusionary culture by celebrating and exploring failure and the kind of new epistemologies and methodology that they allowed. So that was the playground, I would say. Do I answer the question? Kind of, yeah, okay, yes, yeah. I didn't fail. Okay.
Thank you very much for this, because I think it also is a nice way now to try to wrap up a little bit, what's in common here with the project, and also how it relates to the topics of this university and connecting to interdisciplinarity again. I think what we see here is when interdisciplinarity is not only considered to be a different method to pursue the research within our disciplines, and just to enrich our possibilities, we meet each other and we take something into it. But if you really go beyond these boundaries, as the title is, we end up probably in the most important field of research, investigation, of science, of engineering, which is, of course, the position of the humans. And whether it's the very personal, individual situation of a human, or whether it's the societal context, whether it's the way how you can participate in society, or whether it's the question how you can find your spaces, how you can develop your spaces. And I think it's really interesting because these are aspects of technology that we don't see often enough. And I think if you really believe in the idea that technology is something that can enable us, if we see this kind of protopian version of technology, not just in a naive techno-fetishism, then we have not only to end up in this question of exploring the human position, but we have to start the investigations. And I think this is a very nice kind of circle that is closing from the discussions that were arising at the beginning of the Founding Lab with the summer school, with your fellows during the festival, and now your very personal, individual, and definitely very exciting answers to it. But I'm sure Katja has also some interesting thoughts about this.
Well, I'm mostly here to listen because we, of course, want to go further and want to build this university ongoing. So basically, my wrap-up would be a question. To what extent did what you did what we learned together with the fellows, how could that feed in teaching us to make it even better, or what could we do for a next class, the founding cohort 2, and take away for a new university? Is there any ideas that spring to your mind right now from what your own personal experience? Mm-hmm.
I would say it would be very important to mention the topic you started yesterday, or like 2 days ago during our policy workshops, about the notion of interdisciplinarity, but also the fact that we need experts in our society to advise us when we actually want to pursue the interdisciplinary studies, and trying to balance those two things. So when we are going interdisciplinary, also leaving the space for those people that want to become experts and maybe do not want to expand so much, just because sometimes we really need them.
Okay, any add-ons? Julie?
I feel that what we kind of have in common to a certain extent is our desire to be, to feel better, to be included, to be critical, and we have this also thirst for social justice in some way. And I think that I would like to see more classes about like history and philosophy of science and technology. So we can kind of have a more broadened like understanding of what has been done, what is happening, and how our artwork or different project can also continue the work that they're doing with this like broadened perspective. This is something I would like to see, let's say, in the courses.
So how we situate ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. This kind of a need for positionality. I don't see that often in art school. This like we work a lot, let's say, with science and tech, but I don't know, a few seminars on really like philosophy of science and like history of technologies, which is, I think, quite important in the context that everything's going so fast in the tech landscape, and that we are always seeking for the newest things. Though there's this kind of lack of perspective that I think is really important for a critical mindset, and an innovative mindset also. Yeah, I would say.
Basically something that Cloudix Works in some way already brings in. You are interested in the future, but very much in the now, but it comes very much informed of the histories of the past, of which parts of us have forgotten that they have affected some others. So including the real thinking of the history, and of course not the, I think we need the mic of the...
Yeah, maybe just to follow up.
I like the global maturity you used instead of the global south.
It's very sensible what you're saying, because it can also be instrumentalized, right? It can also be tokenized, let's say, indigenous knowledge. It has happened in the past that when we challenge the hegemonic narrative, like the most Eurocentric forms of building knowledge, which I think should be challenged, not in the sake of invalidating them, just in the sake of getting a wider understanding of humanity possibilities. So, for example, a couple of days ago, I found the footage from exactly 100 years ago from Mapuche people who lived in the land of the fire before it was genocide, which now is called Chile. And I just wish we could have conserved the knowledge of that artisany, because they don't call it art nowadays, no? But I think there is more than a hardware-dependent future out there.
Of course, and this is kind of what I meant by like having this critical perspective on the history and philosophy of science and technology. Like we know that we have this vision of science being so objective and like
yes,
and exactly.
So
I think
how
that
science even looks like, you know, what do you think of a lab? Could it be a kitchen?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, for just because of indigenous knowledge, I think it's so rich. Science is yet science from a more, I'm thinking of lab. My girlfriend is a chemist, so I'm also aware of how is scientific protocols. That is so different from the knowledge that I've gotten from my family, let's say, you know, on how to access other levels of consciousness or other forms of healing. Exactly. And there is a hierarchical view on how these are valid or not. And I think a university of the futures maybe could give a space to think critically on how this could dialogue. I don't think there should be contradictions. Mm-hmm. So for me, being an indigenous person, approaching technology, I oftentimes get my indigenosity questioned just because I work with XR. And I have to defend that these are not antonyms. Yeah. I can also choose to think of technology in a different sense, but I can also approach this technology. So I think that is something that University of the Futures could really, you know, there is an opportunity there.
Well,
I'll just react real quick to this and then I'll pass the mic, but just to say that, of course, was also referring to including like indigenous epistemology. And even then I was thinking about like the work of Jason Lewis and like how he works on the philosophy of AI from indigenous perspective in Hawaii and also in Canada. So of course it's not about, I think that when we say science, we think of this really stiff and closed version of it, but it's not my case. So, I mean, that would be amazing, exactly, to use this opportunity as a school to diversify the narrative around the history of science and their practice. There you go.
Can I just add a small thing about science and lab? Lab is also a garden. There is this story in Ukraine where the pharmaceutical companies ask people to donate herbs for them to synthesize like vitamins and things. So everyone in their garden like picked a few things. They told about certain plants. People collected it. Like it happened like last year. I don't know, maybe they're running out of resources because of war. Like I don't know why. But, well, yeah, that's true. But this like communal gardening and then kind of, I don't know, like sort of the outsourcing materials to people. I don't know, like it was a very strange story, but my gran was like, oh yeah, I donate a few herbs. So garden is also a kind of lab, right? Like we shouldn't like forget that. Even with technology, we know people work with, of course, bioart, but would be interesting to kind of do a little bit more about the actual plants, I guess.
Which actually kind of could segue to a project that we're going to see in the afternoon, right?
Yeah.
On the herbs and the history of science in this.
Yeah.
But I think what I really like about this, and this is why I don't want to call it a wrap-up, you see how much we are part of this discussion and the ongoing questioning, which I personally think is why I'm excited about creating a new university, is that the conversation and the questions never stop, because once they stop, it's bad for everybody, but mostly I get bored. And that's I invite you to answer to this, but then or to share your thoughts on it. But then I think we wrap it up here and open to questions in the audience. Please.
Yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit of the engineering perspective of those things, and the same, I would say, lack of diversity in developing just our thinking at the engineering universities in the terms of this philosophy, the actual understanding of the human being, of the human animal, not only from biological perspective, but from the perspective of this cultural aspects of our history, which, so to say, history, it's what makes us human. And when we have engineers that are developing technology to advance humanity without understanding of the humanity, I think this is a very good recipe for a disaster, especially if it goes at as fast pace as it goes right now. Because right now we have many, many engineers that, for example, develop AI models that then interact with people without the understanding of fields like psychology and culture to actually see what this interaction involves and what are the consequences of such interactions. And then like thinking about the futures, like futures, when we have the technologies that are in a way embodiment and augmentation of our bodies. And we are developing something that maybe we would like it to be really bionic, that it's like the extension of ourselves, frequently the extension of our mind also right now. I think this understanding in between the fields is very important.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, Sinta.
Yes, I believe there are some questions, and I will just give the microphone to whoever has the question. So, Luisa.
Hi, everyone. I want to ask a question as a fellow student. I think this panel, all of you deal with projects that really try to question that boundary between subject and object, and this construction of scientific objectivity, which is very normative and most of the time against what you represent, let's say, in this landscape. So I'm curious, in this sense, as research people, how did the community of the Founding Lab, and when I say community, I'm really talking about like all of us students, not just in this relationship of student fellow, student staff, but how we spend time together, not just in here, but also outside. If any of you have anything to say about how this experience, this community experience might have helped or not in constructing this, not just the sense of belonging, but in bringing these new perspectives and seeing where you position yourself in this context.
Thank you. Anyone who wants to start?
Thank you for the question. I felt like being in a community with so many different people kind of gave me validation in a way. Kind of like there is space to say your story. Like you can do it because everyone else does. So yeah, in a good way though. Because yeah, I think like we are all so different to each other, but all share so many common ground also. So yeah, I think it really helped me get the project out and actually build a narrative and actually have the space to express my ideas. And that's really important to me. Yeah, thank you.
I'll just give a personal example how it changed like my understanding of my own project when I was like having lunch at Mensa with all of my student fellows. Like we used to work here and then go towards lunch, and then we would talk about our projects. And I was thinking like one time I was walking with my good friend Pinya, and we both work in VR, and we have this shared understanding of VR. But even then, because we come from different cultures, it kind of shapes how we understand these technologies and where we have been like born and brought up, and which kind of educational background we come from. It kind of revamps and reshapes how we were thinking about technology. Like he was kind of mentioning to me like this when I told him like I'm working with mouth gestures and this thing. So he said like you can use this technology because in this lab we use this kind of VR headset which already has mouth gestures. And I was like, no, but like this headset doesn't work with my two collaborators because it's so heavy. But it's just like that. It's just like where we are situated, which kind of technologies we are exposed to kind of completely changes how we think, and we kind of proceed towards the solutionism of those things. That's what I feel.
Very similarly, yeah. Like I wanted to say something, but now that you mentioned that, I also, for example, I was super inspired to see the process of Leta, who's already working with a technology that I wanted to be working before I arrived to the founding lab. And yeah, we get inspiration from each other a lot, like from a scientific, technical point of view, because our countries have different state of the arts, but also, and I think this is what I really get for myself and my project, I learned so much about how different our lives are depending on our passports. So our colleagues, from Ghana, from India, from Peru, from South Africa, like we were talking about the visa application process, and our colleague from Japan was like, what application? What happened? Like, you had to apply to what? It's like, yeah, it's okay. You don't have to do that. But some of us got our visas rejected in the process and had to go over multiple visa applications. So visa is just a small example, but when I mean passport, it is a bigger thing. It's kind of our humanityness that's being measured somehow, and being all of us together, being such open-minded as we are and so open to sharing our resources. It was amazing for me to, it gives me the sense of that it's not a utopia, that we can share what we have and be even self-critical in order to have a better collective experience. So it reminded me that we are open to put aside some of our personal interest in order to collaborate. And I'm like, yeah, humanity, come on, let's do it. Let's do it. So I'm very enthusiastic about a university that is so international, and I think it's important to give a space for these different life experiences to rebuild themselves as they are. So to have more spaces where we learn from each other. It's this horizontalness we've been able to have at different points during the founding lab was amazing. And I think it's the core of what I'm taking. Yeah.
Really wonderful wrap up. For one thing also, this is a big collective, and it includes the fantastic people that supported you the whole semester, from Ars Electronica, the people who set up the technology that makes it possible for us to work here, and including the whole society that supports us with infrastructure and concrete that actually doesn't crumble. So thank you very much. Thank you also for working with everyone. And I think we wrap it up here, and then we take questions without the online. Yeah.
Sorry, I think regarding time, I think we have like time for one more question, if that is okay for everyone to have one more. Okay, perfect.
Actually, I have 3 questions. I want to make it brief, but English is not my native language, so I translated it and I'll try to make it quick. I have a question to Claudix and Puneet and Julie. My first question to Julie is that when thinking about failure, there is also like a failure institute in our school. I am from the same school with Louisa. And every time we talk about it, I feel liberated because there's a place to share failure and I don't have to hide it. But afterwards, when I realistically think about it, the failure that I get to really hear is from the people who are successful at this moment. And I would like to question what your project adds to go beyond this approach and what the queer theoretical backgrounds can help us go beyond this matter of approach to failure. And my question to Puneet was, I'm a beginning social scientist, also interested in inclusivity and intersectionality. And I would like to consider myself as an agent who can represent the less privileged people. But I know that I have more privilege over the people I would like to represent. And I think your case in this project was like that too. And how, like, I think every time we try to do that, we feel limitations. And I thought that with your project too, the dynamics flip was so interesting to me with that aspect. And I think there would have been many points that you couldn't have even imagined, but the people with disabilities have mentioned. For example, I think VR and AR are about being immersive and enjoying. But I think when considering the people who can only have access to moving their mouths, for example, they would have the different focus points in enjoying VR and AR, in content-wise too, beyond just the accessibility. So I was curious about that, and I was curious which were the points that you haven't imagined, but they have mentioned. And to Claudix too, I am a feminist activist too, and I try to make it chill and enjoyable, as I think like it's been almost over 5 years since I've started that activism. And I think a lot of people are going through depression and anxiety as we go through, and we are trying to make it chill and enjoyable. But I think it's very hard to get grasp of the depth. At the same time, we're trying to make it chill and enjoyable. So I think when people are too tired, we easily get to lose the core messages and the core depth pain that we would like to mention in order to focus on making it like sustainable and maintainable. So I was very curious how you were trying to deal with this point of not losing the focus point of dealing with the pain and the crisis, and also trying to make it enjoyable.
I can start because I have the mic and I'll keep it super short, although we can talk about this later. So I was more in the activist scene years ago. I still call myself for art activist, but when I was in the streets with other feminist activists, like starting 2016, we would do a lot of public spaces grieving. And that was like, oh, wow. Because we went through terrorism and then dictatorship, and what feminist necessities, or then what women and plus need right now in South America is different what feminism looks here and in other parts of the world. And we really needed to cry. That was what we needed. Like, we were out there just crying, like lines of people crying, and there would come more women crying. Like, it was all about crying. It was, very exhausting. And we did that for years, like many collectives, we were there on the streets. And I reached a point of not longer being able to hold it in my body. And little by little, and this was also very hard during the pandemic, we understood, and I also, as an artist, as a person with agency to create with my body, because I'm a performer, I noticed that great need to have spaces for joy. We will not stop having spaces for grieving and for reclamation, but we will also have spaces for joy. They are not exclusive from each other. They both can exist. And when we are having joy spaces, we will have so much fun. So I belong to a lot of spaces where we do safe space for erotic experience to happen. Like we organize brothels of poetry where we give one-on-one erotic performances to other queers and women. So this I defend. And when we do this, and we enjoy it as we can, because we notice that we are part of a live organism, which is our society. And if the body has cancer, all the cells of the body feel it. Like your body knows it's fighting, like the immune defense is active. And if we understand ourselves as cells, I one day woke up and understood that I'm the cell of art, and I'm the cell of creation. And I am a cell that is in a body that is sick, and what I do is necessary. Like, we also have cells of grief. We also cry so much. But today I'm here as a cell of regeneration.
First of all, I have to say, like, such an excellent question, such an excellent question. I love that you asked me this question, because I feel like this flip of power dynamics, I keep on saying, like, there's a flip, but, like, these two collaborators of mine do not know coding. So there is certain power that I have, is like, I can decide what I can give to them, but there is this space that could be open when you work with people with disabilities, is like where you let them be them. So just to give a quick example, is like the first time I met Eric and I was talking to him about VR, my first solution, which was a bias, was like, I noticed that he could move this finger, and I said, can we use this finger for you to navigate? And then he said, like, he walked me into his house and he showed me how he used his computer. For 10 years, he has been using his computer, using a joystick that he operates with his mouth. He can do this for 7-8 hours, and he keeps on doing this and moves the cursor, clicks, drags, does everything. And that changed my perspective, because he was like, the dexterity that I have in my mouth, facial muscles, is someone who is not here in my house and not seeing me using these technologies cannot perceive. So when you enter into those spaces, those safe spaces that people with disabilities have, there's a huge flip, and this kind of stuff happens. Thank you so much for asking.
I'll answer real quick because I think we're running out of time. We can talk about it later if you want. First of all, I would be curious to learn more about the Institute of Failure in your uni. That sounds really cool. I'm not familiar with it, so I'll answer as much as possible. I understand what you mean when you say, like, the testimony of failure that we hear the most are from, like, people that have success. I think that there's a lot of shame around failure, and the work that I did tackled this question of shame also. And I think that successful people are not ashamed of the failures because they're not experiencing it anymore. So that, exactly. And then personally, the work is it's a queer testimony on failure from my perspective. So I'm not really a successful person. Of course, I have a certain privilege, one of them being here, so I wouldn't. But we should spend some time together and try to define what we envision also as being a success or a failure. I think the continuum and the spectrum is quite broad also. But yes.
All right, and I think with that, we're ending this panel here. Thanks, everyone, so much. Thanks for your great contributions. Thanks to the moderators for doing a great job. Thanks everyone online who's watching. We're now taking a little bit of a break. There's going to be a lunch break. All right. Hello, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice break and also had a chance to look at some of the projects that we have here today. So just a little for everyone who also joined the live stream just now. Today is the Founding Lab event. It's the closing event of this last semester, where we're trying to pilot what could potentially be a university of the future. So today in this panel, we have 6 Founding Lab students with us who are all going to talk about the semester projects that they worked on the last half a year, and kind of try to perhaps find overlapping themes or similar reflections that they had the last half a year. So there we have 6 students, and we also have 2 fantastic moderators. So we are Stephanie Lindstedt, who's part of who's going to be the head of the new Interdisciplinary Transformation University. And also we have Christopher Lindinger with us, who is part of the founding convent. So without further ado, I think I would like to give the word to you.
Okay, thank you very much. You're already now familiar with the setting and how we proceed in this panel. In this case, we are talking about digital empowerment. And we would like to discuss a little bit this aspect of redefining this ownership in the digital age. And we would like to do this here again with the lens of the projects which the student did in the last semester. And we will experience a lot of projects, very interesting approach from DNA to quantified self to metadata and so on. And I would suggest that we in this panel start directly into the projects and go project by project, and afterwards use this project also to discuss the topics connected with these themes. So let's begin. Okay, perfect. Amanda.
Hi, my name is Amanda Bennett. I'm an artist from Australia. And throughout my project, I wanted to know if the quantified self can serve the ill body. So if I removed, for context, I live with neurological disease and a recently diagnosed muscle disease. And I wanted to know if I removed my data from normative and non-normative measurements, what will it unveil? So I put some symptoms, very non-specific symptoms, into ChatGPT at the start of the year. And it gave me a list of 8 possible diagnosis, like conditions. Later, I never told my doctor because he would just not like that. But I was later diagnosed with what ChatGPT put at number 3. This is a 1 out of 1 million disease, so it's incredibly rare, and that just blew my mind. And I went down the rabbit hole of looking at AI in healthcare within my artistic practice. So I already look at health and disability within my installations, but this was taking it further. So I was looking for applications for AI and found Founding Lab. I really wanted to come over here and meet data scientists and collaborate and try and see what I can find within my data. So I did an N=1 study, so it's the study of 1, and I extracted my EMG, so I used an EMG wearable technology, so part of the research was finding out which one's most effective, and then I took my EMGs over 20 days with a qualitative health survey, and then I gave it to QB, who is a data scientist from Yaka'u, and she used a recurrent neural network model AI, and we predicted with 100% accuracy days that I would need rest and days that I would, as a preventative measure, which is insane because I must also say that I didn't predict it once. I said, surely the AI won't know my body more than I do. In this case, it did, but it opens up so many questions about what is possible, where do we take this further? I'd like to partner with Johanna down there and to make an interface and see if over a 6-month period I can actually use this to get wellness or to understand myself, because there's questions remaining. Can you truly know yourself? Are you more visible? Is your body more visible, knowable, and manageable? So that is what I looked at in my project. And then I put it into a installation in the bathroom because I'm an artist. How do you make sense of the data? So I made a speculative wellness elixir therapy that crossed the lines of healthcare and wellness and clinical to envision my data. And it's great. Please go and visit it. You can walk into the bathroom. That's what I'd like to say. Yes. Okay, the video. This is the bathroom, but please go and look. So yeah, it used the aesthetics of the cymatics, so it's putting my frequencies of my muscles through FFT, transferring it from a file, an EDF file, to a sound wave using an algorithm. So it's putting that back through, and what does that do to the water? Can it be a therapy? Who knows? There's lots of pseudoscience in there, but it's also fun. Yep. Thank you.
Great.
Hey, I'm Lea Luca, and you're already seeing the slides. It looks a bit like water, the patterns, but it's actually gut. So we have like a smooth transition now from the bathroom to the intestines that I'm dealing with in my projects. So I did 2 projects. One small one you see here on this floor that is engaging with multi-species metabolizing and more entangled with how guts of ants kind of silently navigate us through today's world. And in this case, it's a liminal infrastructure of a pain au chocolat. So maybe you have some breakfast or eat before you see it. And then tonight, the last performance at Deep Space will be of a capsule endoscopy. So it's a procedure where you take a capsule and then it kind of showcases your whole body. So here you also see some of the footage that you will see today in like a similar form. And I engaged with the gut because of 2 reasons. The first one is that I also have an irritable bowel syndrome. That's a description that like 10 to 15% of the world population probably have. So it's a description of symptoms, but we don't really know how to actually cure it. And of course, we have this metabolism hype and like probiotics flooding our Capitalocene. But my question is, how can I approach it through a sonic approach? Because I'm a singer, I was trained as an opera singer, and I engage with sound art. So there we come to like the second reason why I engage with it. I find it super fascinating that when I sing on stage, I'm like super aware of my entire body, and I kind of don't want to have bowel activity or bowel sound, but just like a perfectly well-tempered voice box. And so that's like an interesting mix that I have to like, have this medicalized body perfectly controlled. So in this performance, you will hear a bit about that, and I hope you will enjoy it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maro Cés, and I am a transdisciplinary artist from Spain, and also a researcher on gender studies. And this is Bimbo Dildo. First, I would like to contextualize the use of the term bimbo. As in Austria, I know that it has different racial connotations, but in the context of this project, it's used in the same way as it is in English-speaking countries. It's very common in the USA, for example, and it refers to the stereotype of objectifying women historically as ornamental but unintelligent, or in other words, pretty and sexy but dumb. In the pop culture imaginary of everybody, we could think of a bimbo icon as Marilyn Monroe, for example. With all this context, what I try to do is discuss this adoption of the role of hyperfemininity and self-sexualization in a self-aware way by reappropriating the term, the stereotype, all the aesthetics that surround it, and also the behavioral patterns that go with it, such as the way we move our body, the way we speak, and in general, the way that we present ourselves and we interact with the world. For the context of this project, what I've done is a prototype, but before of that, I would like to explain also why not only I use the term bimbo, but also why I'm relying on the concept of dildo. I do it by referencing the contributions of Spanish philosopher Paul B. Preciado and his work A Countersexual Manifesto, where he delves into all the possible connotations of the concept of dildo, not only sexual, of course, but also philosophical, technopolitical, artistic, and so on and so forth, among others. relying on his contributions, what I'm stating is that bimbos, or people who perform this hyperfemininity and this self-sexualization in a self-aware way, which is key, they act as dildos in the sense that they penetrate the subjectivity of those who interact with them, transforming them from within, and they also function as a clear example of body modification, which we can go in depth probably later or some other day. So, what I do is think of this hyperfemininity performance through the lens of the dildo, both as a symbolic but also operative object for disruption of the gender norms, and also to open up spaces of provocation. Yes, as with this slide. In the context of the Founding Lab, I've developed a prototype that is the most ambitious prototype of bimbo dildo that I've done so far in this research that has been going on already for more than 3 years. And this prototype consists of 3 dimensions. The first one is the main internal system, which was developed thanks to the help of my collaborator, Daniel Michalski, and his knowledge on mechanical engineering and robotics. Then we have the cover of it, which involves all the hyperfeminine codes attached to the stereotype. And then we have a third dimension using VR and 360 video, which literally emphasize this metaphor of us being able to adapt the position of the bimbos or the dildos and adopt their perspectives. So in conclusion, I just want to state again that the bimbo dildo then acts as a symbolic but also operative object to challenge all these traditional views on hyperfemininity and also all the gender roles attached to these stereotypes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Qi Chen. And, I'm from China, and you can see my signature. You can see it. And I'm a big fan of nature. So my fascination with interplay between materiality and malleability of a computation shapes my work. And challenging conventional distinction between physical and digital to dreams to explore the human perception to the world. So this is my project D Ink A, and I have a video, so I will show it.
你是谁？这不是我，但是我们有相同的身份。Are you aware that you have left your genetic traces everywhere? How can genetic fragment empower your identity? I extract DNA from saliva with a complete sequence. I collect hair from different races and cultures using a hair suction device. And I removed a large amount of proteins from hair to isolate melanosome. Then I blend DNA from saliva and melamine from hair into a unique ink.
Okay. Thank you. And last a few minutes is my friend Dimitri's try his ink, his DNA ink, and to sign his signature, yes. And Amanda as well. And could you tell about your experience?
the experience with?
Yeah, with my wing.
Okay, well, Chi-Chen asked if I would like to be involved, and we cut a bit of my hair off, and then she came back with the color ink that's the next day, which was amazing, and I wrote my name at the end. And then I dyed my hair because in the video there's so many greys, so that I wasn't aware of, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Johanna, and together with Linus, I've been working on a project called MetaLens throughout the past semester. And why did we choose to work on this? So I think we've all probably experienced that we're currently living in a world of information overload. Like, it's not really a problem to find information on a specific topic. The problem is more to, or the challenge is to actually make sense of all the information that is out there. And the same is also true for scientific knowledge or scientific articles. Like, just in the last 25 years, there have been over 45 million scientific and technical journal articles that were published. And every year, over 2.5 million new ones get added. So it's increasingly challenging to find evidence-based answers even for very simple questions. And this is why we posed ourselves the question, is it possible to make finding science-based answers easier? And the result is a small, very much still in the prototype stage website that allows users to explore so-called meta-studies. So this is studies that aggregate results of other already existing studies. And our website allows users to do that in an interactive way and also to filter with respect to their interests. And we will now show a little bit how that works.
So here we're showing our website where you have search functionalities, and you can search among a large list of meta-studies, which represents various scientific questions. And here we're just going to click on one of them to show you the functionality. It happens to be a study on the link between supervision quality and mental health outcomes. As you can see, you can run an analysis, which essentially means that we split the meta-study into the studies that make part of the whole. And you can see the results of each of the particular component studies as well. The other thing you can do is you can filter the studies. So here, for example, let's say you want only studies with large sample sizes. We have selected a larger size, and then we can rerun the analysis with the changed filter selection. And what we get is we get only 2 studies now out of the original 5. And you can also observe how the result of the analysis changes based on the fact that we have narrowed down our search results. You can use this interface to search among our collection of studies that we're constantly adding to. And we hope to build something that is useful for the general audience as well in terms of understanding science.
Yes, so exactly. And we're also currently working on increasing the database of studies that we have in our tool. And to do so, we're working on a retrieval augmented generation-based, partially automated pipeline to include more data into the database. This works in a way that we take existing research articles, we basically split them into chunks, so that's just paragraphs, and use pre-trained language models to embed them in the vector space. So that means you turn the paragraphs into numerical vectors in a way that hopefully paragraphs which have similar content or are about the same topic are embedded closely in the vector space. So the distance between them should be very low. And this we can use to then pose queries. So we can ask a question about a specific paper. Let's say how many people were in the treatment group. And then we also embed this query and do a similarity matching. So we extract relevant pieces from the paper that talk about this question, and then feed this information pieces together with the original question to a large language model. This could be GPT or other open source models that you can run locally. And we can then leverage the functionality of the LLM to turn this unstructured data into structured data. So you would get out the JSON, for example, with the actual number. So this is a pipeline that we're currently building. So we have some first prototype of that as well. And we're currently working to improve that in order to extend our existing database and partially automate the process of actually adding new things, because otherwise it is very labor intensive. And yes, apart from that, we're also trying to use this first prototype that you've just seen now to do some user testing and gather additional feedback on how such a website like this would actually need to look like, that it's really helpful for people in the general public who have an interest in engaging with science. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Very bright, wide diversity of things and topics we have here. Amanda, so yours is a very personal project, and so you've collected quite a lot of your data. So how did you relate to the data which you created? Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I first became fascinated with my personal data was when, in my early 20s, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and seeing the dots and the marks on my brain MRI, I remember thinking, I know it's me, it looks like me, but there was this separation from my identity. So that was my first encounter with the medicalized body. But then more and more I became interested in that and how doctors categorize the body into systems. So I've been looking at this for a while, but in this case, I had never worked with an EMG before. I had to research how to use one, which is reliable, to get the data that we needed. But then I've been reading a lot about the quantified self with Kate Crawford and Deborah Lupton. And can we really make sense of all this data that we have in our Apple Watches or trackers? And studies seem to show no, but so I wanted to question that. What if my data is untethered from third-party big data, and what could I do with it? So there was so many files there after a while, and to make it into a sound installation was a great exploration. And I was really happy that, I didn't think that this AI model would work at all. I thought it was, even like Dimitri's like, this isn't going to work. So I was quite shocked that it did, which is amazing. It's truly amazing. But without a data scientist or without this collaboration, can I actually make sense of the data? Time will tell. But yes, I don't know if I answered your question, but okay.
Well, so it's really self-empowerment, right? To be able to analyze your own data and also to then maybe be able to infer actions or inactions out of it.
So I was looking while studying, like researching for this. Half of it was just researching. There's a term called cryptechnoscience. It's people with disabilities. So I have 2 disabilities. Is that they have a lot of they're technologically advanced. They innovative because they have to overcome challenges all the time, and they do that with technology. Whether it's just something that's like a ramp or anything. So there was this idea of empowerment. Can I create, or can this project create, patient-driven care? And as we change, AI changes into a more, healthcare changes into a more AI model, and we rely on it, what happens to the patient? And I definitely think there's blurring of lines between healthcare and wellness industries with the advancements of AI. So I think using art and science and collaborations to shed light on this and critique is an interesting way to learn, not more just about myself, but for others to learn as well.
Yeah, and I liked your comment that your doctors probably wouldn't like you to do this. I found this very interesting because I tried this with breathing data for myself, and my doctor really didn't want to look at it at all.
Yeah,
I found that interesting.
It is fascinating. There was some Ars Electronica festival with Spula Petrick, and I asked the doctor in the conference call what he thought of it, and yes, he laughed at me. So but I think it will change slowly.
Thank you very much.
Good. Maybe I continue with Mar and your project. I mean, looking at your project, Bimbo Dildo, it's quite an impressive project on so many levels. So from an intellectual approach to it, from an aesthetic approach to it, also a technological approach to it, and also the topic you're actually addressing. And I just wonder, what do you see, what empowerment do you see, or what possibility do you see through the projects you are doing, or do this kind of projects to rise social topics in the age of ownership?
Yes, okay, actually I think that's a very pertinent question to this project because I think it discusses ownership in two key ways. The first one, and probably the most obvious one, is that it addresses the self-empowerment that there is when oneself chooses in a conscious act to wear this mask of hyperfemininity, especially when it has been associated to a historically pejorative and demeaning stereotype for so many people. And then on a second dimension, previous iterations of the dildos I've developed prior to being part of the founding lab, they had a huge component of DIY-ness to them, right? So I did them very low-tech, very low budget, and every time that I would present them, I would accompany them with a little user guide or little manual, a handbook on how to build your own with very, very accessible computation with Arduino, even including the code. Also step-by-step with information gathered from the amazing online communities that share knowledge on how to make your own DIY sex toys. So on that note, I think that the project also represents communal ownership, or maybe lack of ownership, right? By fostering this net of shared knowledge, not only for giving people the chance to build their own prototypes for self-pleasure and sexual autonomy, but mostly to create this net of reflection and challenge the gender norms.
You were also talking just about your previous work. You always had this topic about sexuality and gender identity to a certain degree. I just wonder, what was your experience here in the Founding Lab? What have you learned or experienced to bring your projects, your topic further? What was, so to say, some kind of key learning which you experienced here?
Well, and I think this is probably an answer that has been repeated already through the different panels. And I was already ready to say this probably maybe with some other questions, but I think that actually the community that has been built in the context of this program, and I don't say this lightly, and I don't say this just to look good or to make the program look good, but as some previous colleges said in previous panels, the community that has been built and the different life experiences, also the different way of understanding identity and also expressing it and sharing communal identity between all of us has really, of course, made my project evolve, but furthermore, honestly, and this sounds really cheesy, but yeah, it has made my own understanding of my identity evolve. Definitely also making myself feel more comfortable with how I identify myself, for sure.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Leah, you look at self-ownership from the inside. Can you elaborate a little bit more about these multi-layered meanings of the term listening to your own gut or having a gut feeling?
Yeah, I think that's very, I think it's very interesting that we use gut feelings so often, especially also in theatrical contexts. And there's also this air of mysticism around it, like how did I get to the solution? Like why did I choose this set design? Oh, it was like this gut intuition that this has to be positioned like right there. And I think it's really interesting to both like debunk it a bit and rehearse to kind of find new approaches to theater or the arts that are less like mystical, that like are less kind of cultivating this like old school genius cult also in a way. So this might be a part of it, but then also just in every day we always have these gut intuitions. And so I was interested in kind of listening into it, despite also knowing that there are medical approaches and that there is the medicalized body as well. So how do we study our gut? How does this relate also to sound? And then I went to a lot of like institutes, also veterinary institutes and also research institutes that study the human body, and what I was so interested in. So there's so much money or funding to study the human brain. So now there's a lot of funding to study the gut-brain axis. So we kind of like, we start from animals studying their guts to kind of learn something about their brains, to learn something about the human brains ultimately. And so there's this weird like hierarchy of organs in studying them, and also like this ownership of knowledge that eventually kind of ends up with like studying the human brain. So I kind of want to like get it back to the intestines and the gut region, and I mean, not all by myself, but I think I just want to have some exploratory approaches. And so what we will do through the founding lab, I actually met some really cool people, and that's why I also had the braveness to apply for STARTS, and then I got the STARTS grant. So now I'm working with the Max Planck Institute for Empirical Aesthetics to kind of find approaches that understand, or like that make us understand how the gut reacts to sounds. So our next study will be like a lot of people listening to gut sounds and seeing what that actually does to the gut. Yeah.
So, one more question. Did you also look at microbiome?
That's an interesting one. I think there are a lot of people in the room that probably have studied the microbiome even more than me. I've looked into it. I think there's been done so much like bioart. So I kind of am like taking a slightly different angle, not from this bacterial layer, but really more from, okay, what can you actually get by just having the sound? And me and my collaborators was just so crazy because we listened to so many gut sounds while editing the footage, and it actually made our stomachs turn, like our gastric signals started to change. So tonight, maybe you will also notice something, and we also encourage you to like fill in like a little explorative questionnaire. So it's not so much about the microbiome; okay. It's more about the sounds. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Maybe we proceed here with Linus and Johanna. And actually, today we had at ITU a little bit a discussion also about, publication, the science culture we are facing on a day-to-day basis. And actually, in your project, you are a little bit reclaiming with a very interesting tool, this data which is published in Science, making one project, which is on the one hand side a very good interaction piece, so to say, to address this data, but on the other side, you're also addressing this term of ownership, reclaiming ownership, and you are addressing a little bit a criticism about the current practice in science. And I just would like to ask you a little bit, so to say, what is your approach, your personal feeling, your personal learning from these publication cultures which are out there and which led to the interest to come up with a piece like this?
So I think there are two things of interest here. I think on the one hand, there is this issue of science being something out there that people have a difficulty understanding. And this is one of the things we want to address with our project by just enable enabling people to visualize science. There's a lot to be said about mathematical visualization and the power of that to help understand ideas a lot more intuitively. So that's one thing. The second thing that perhaps goes even more into the publishing culture is that there's this thing called research debt, where researchers carry on their research, but they don't spend that much time explaining it. And we thought something like this could be used as a tool for researchers themselves to help people show their research in a more sort of intuitive way. And that could maybe go in that direction longer term. But of course, what we're doing is a prototype, and it's a long time before we can make a dent in the research culture that is currently developing.
But maybe, Johanna, do you have any recommendations to ITU in terms of a research culture in this kind of addressing publications? Is there anything what we could learn from your experience?
I mean, first of all, I guess that's pretty obvious, just making your research public or open source and not behind the paywalled sites, in a sense. I think that's the first step, and that's also a prerequisite for our project to work, because we are trying to make research even more accessible, but that only works if researchers are also willing to share the knowledge. And I think what is also another point that would be amazing if more universities or institutions would pick that up is also the data sharing part. And maybe it would even be possible to have multiple universities agree on some kind of a data format where you could just have a collection of different data sets that have been collected throughout various studies or research, and make that openly accessible. I think that's also would be a very good step also in terms of thinking in terms of replication, biases, or other issues that just can happen during the analysis.
Thank you.
Well, so Kishen, with you, we are going back to analog, basically, and this development of this DNA-based ink. How did this idea evolve?
Yeah, my inspiration from my personal experience. I found when I do some intense work, I found my hair left anywhere. So I start to observe it, how much, how long, and where it's full. Yeah, I think it combines our lots of information about our races, our eating habits, and one day's trajectory. Yeah. And I was wondering how can use this genetic fragments to identify ourselves. Yeah, that's why I did this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think we open up the floor now to questions from the audience, if there are any.
From the physical or virtual audience?
Yes. Or maybe also you have questions for each other, but maybe I have like a question for Chi-Chen to start it off. Because I think it's very interesting that you are like developing this very analog thing, right? It's ink, even though when we write nowadays, 95% of the time we are typing something. So how do you see the place of this very analog thing that you made in this world that will become actually more and more digital over time?
I think in the realm of a digital transformation, my DNA, de-inking artistic practice represents innovative adaptation of traditional materials. And this biotechnology advancement combines between the personalization and authenticity to physical ink. I think is distinguish itself in the world accustomed to digital informativity. Yeah, and my D-Ink-A potential exchange beyond like artistic exploration and offering dependable method to verify to identify verification in sensitive documentation and addressing the society issues in the digital age.
Thank you.
Actually, I also do have a question to all of you. And in fact, you know, we have this panel where a lot of topics which you're addressing are very personal, very intimate also, and also arising a lot of very important social topics as well. And in this case, because, you know, in the new university, it should also be place for all these topics. And I just wonder in this round especially, what are your takeaways? What are your learnings? What is something what we should keep? What is important to do? Whatever. What are your glimpses? What is important? What should we keep up and learn from your experience for the new university? So, whoever wants to answer.
Yes. Actually, when I do this project, it's my first time to join in the biological things. Yeah, so I'm so glad to cooperate with BioLife. And when I do the science, I really know how to do the arts. Yeah, it's important to interdisciplinary about our work. Yeah, I think it is.
Maybe let's make a round.
I would have to agree that collaboration, I came here as an artist with no knowledge of AI and machine learning and my personal data, and then working with, you know, QB, but also Johanna and Linus and all the other science discipline students, peers, I was able to do this crazy idea of seeing whether I could, you know, use AI and machine learning to predict days where I'd need rest, and that it became 100% accurate. It's like pairing people who have crazy ideas with people who have the knowledge produces these, just unlikely things. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, I think what I find most interesting also about this like prototypical like founding lab term was also the relationship between the fellows and the students, like this teaching relationship, and how much the teaching can be facilitation or how much it can be like dissolved and the boundaries can potentially blur even more. Because I do feel like we have so much like expertise in the room, and there are also like a lot of like masters, PhD students, artists. So there's already like a lot of depth of background. So there's more, I think, this challenge of like how to facilitate that in a way that you feel like you have enough space and equipment and resources to do all of that. And so yeah, I think it's a really big challenge to have this kind of balance between like new knowledge input and then building on everyone's knowledge and creating something from that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, tying with everything that my fellows and friends already said, and repeating a little bit the point of creating a nice community here, I actually think that the treatment and the care that we received from the team was essential in all of this succeeding. And with most of us, we've already been part of other programs, other positions, and really the care system that was developed in this team, where you would really be part of something, where you would be taken into account and respected and actually really looked over, was really the main foundation for then you feeling comfortable enough and with enough resources, which is also very important to mention, that this university also, and the program in particular, gave enough resources for a student to be able to develop their projects with a peace of mind, not having to worry or, for example, in which space they would work with the studios here, which was an amazing gift that we got. I think the overall environment that surrounded the program was crucial for the successful development of this project. As we can see in the exhibition, everybody's contribution has been really, really priceless.
Thank you.
I really like the freedom and the possibility to choose a project that you're interested in and then spend a semester working on it and basically learning or spending time at whatever you personally think is necessary to achieve the goal that you set yourself in the first place. I think that's, it's just a very cool opportunity to have the space to really say, this is what I want to work on. This is what I need to get there, and then just take time to actually learn and also get help from people around you, but just have a self-paced learning experience. I think that's something that I would recommend you to keep up.
So one further recommendation, which is perhaps partially inspired by my work or our work on science, would be to keep things open and transparent. And I think this is a practice that works and is really important both in science, but also in smaller things like our projects. It seems that when people were given access to resources and an ability to freely use those resources, that's where they were able to get the most creative and produce the most interesting results. So I think this principle of allowing people to access multiple resources and putting it out there is important for the new university as well.
Okay, thank you very much with this. I think this was a good ending moment for the panel, and now I give the word back to you.
Exactly, because we do have some time, so there is some time for audience questions.
Oh, sorry.
I think. So Claudix, please.
Hi, I have a question for Mark. Okay, so I'm fascinated by the concept of bimbofication, and I would like you to elaborate more on it, on a specific question mark that I have. So, my gut tells me that you could find a lot of restrictions. First of all, just being a femininity inside a lab or an academic space, but now it's a form of femme that reclaims the sexy power that it has, because being a bimbo has been used, like you said, as an insult. So I was wondering, how do you think that this project is in the spectrum of artistic and academic? How can it further develop into a community of users, of people like you and me, women, but also non-binaries, who would take this bimbofication or this bimbo dildo? Is it, in your concept, is it meant to be a synonym of penetration sex? Is it more about celebration of, look at us being this bimbo person? But I wanted you to elaborate on monogamy, heterosexuality, and cisgenderness.
Thank you for that question. It's quite deep, and I'll try to keep it brief. But yes, okay, it's how it's actually very interesting, because actually the topic of bimbo came to me through social media. So this whole process of bimboficating society and reclaiming the stereotype has of course been done by many other people. Actually, the topic, of course, is with other names and with maybe other symbols of hyperfemininity, has been happening throughout history in most places around the globe. So through social media, I found this act of reappropriation that was taking place, and that's also where the project aims to intersect itself. So the prototypes of the bimbo dildos also are going to have, the next steps is that they are going to also be part of the social media net, not only for diffusion, for diffusion of the project, but for the diffusion of the ideas, right? And the access, as I was saying, for people to recreate these prototypes or build their own at home. in terms of monogamy, heterosexuality, and so on and so forth, I think that the key is actually pretty elemental, or at least this is the way in which it rediscovering this bimbo theory actually changed my life, and why I actually think it lies all of the questions that go around that you just mentioned, is that if we understand that hyperfemininity is a mask that we can adopt and just a point inside the whole gender spectrum that exists, if we understand that this is just a mask that you can put on and it's not something natural or inherent depending on the body that you were born with, then it also dismantles everything else. Like, if hyperfemininity is just a gender performance, then everything else also becomes part of this bigger system of non-binary and spectrums that we've been discussing so much, right? Because heteronormativity doesn't really make sense if it's not sustained by a binary system where only male and women exist. If we know that there is something else and that this is not natural at all, and it's just a cultural artifact, then all the other systems also eventually start crumbling. Thank you for your question.
Fantastic. Great. Do we have another question in the crowd? Great. Then I think with that, and some time left, so thank you very much. I think we're going to close it here then. So thanks very much for all the students for your fantastic presentations and the work that you've done and the contributions that you've made. Also, thanks again to the moderation that we had during this panel. And so we will close this now and then have another small break, and then we will move on to the last panel of the day. So would it be possible, Kirsten, to put up the people that will participate in the last panel? I think the last panel, the topic of it will be the power of narrative. And I would like to invite all of you who haven't taken a chance to look at these projects to please do so now in the short break that we will have. So the last panel will start at 4 o'clock. I think now it should probably be close to 2:30 or 3:30. Great. So I hope to see you all again here at 4 o'clock. Thank you so much. Well, hello and welcome back for this very last panel of the day. I think while we're waiting a bit for the other people to come in, I'll just give another reminder that this part here was only the first part of this Founding Lab event, and that we have a whole second part of this event happening at Deep Space in the evening. So the public event for everyone starts at 8:30. We will have Deep Space performances of some of the student projects. So I invite you all to, after this, take one last look at the projects, find some dinner, and then come back to Deep Space in the evening. And then for the students that are all here, please move your way over to Deep Space, as on 6 o'clock we have the ceremony to end this Founding Lab experience for all of us. So with that being said, welcome again to this very last panel, where in this panel all of the students from the Founding Lab are presenting what they did over the last semester, talking about their projects, talking about their processes, and maybe share some reflections with you about overlapping themes that they have found. So the theme of this panel is the power of narrative. I think one of the moderators will take some time to explain to you what it is. And with that, I would like to welcome the moderators, which is Gerfried Stocker from Ars Electronica and Katja Schechtner from the founding convent of the Founding Lab. So without further ado, I'd like to give the word to you.
Thank you, Sinta. Hello and welcome. It's really a pleasure to have you here, especially as we are actually about to move into the Ars Electronica Deep Space to see the performances tonight. And to hand over to this and to discuss the work that has been going on, we will be exploring the power of the narrative in this panel. And the term, the idea of the narrative has been very much used the last 5, 6, 8 years to come up again with the idea that whatever we want to present, whatever we want to share, is shaped by narrative or by storytelling. We saw actual academia institutes on the power of storytelling take shape in many out of universities. However, at that same time that we acknowledge the power of the narrative, we also became more and more mindful of who is shaping the narrative, of who is setting up the stories behind it. Why do we tell the narratives, the stories, how we tell them? And how does our personal experience relate to it? And even more so, as we now have new voices that we are able to listen to, the power and the narrative of nature, which is basically driving a lot of the narratives that we currently have to face and have to follow, but also the power narrative of the technology and the digital, and even more so with the latest advent of generative AI. So I'm really looking forward to discuss both the power and the beauty of the narrative, but also the pitfalls and the challenges that some of you explored in your projects, especially when it comes to the history and historical narratives. And I think with this, I might be able to hand over to Paul and Bart, who will show us the importance of the narrative in their project.
Right. Thank you so much for that introduction, and I think it's a good, introduction to what we've all done and what this session's about. So my name is Paul Kwekwa-Krofi. I'm an arts consultant, and I work in the creative and cultural industries in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm based in Ghana. Our project, Shared Futures, really was about decolonizing spaces connected to the histories of Ghana, and my project partner, Bart Kuipers, who comes from the Netherlands. Through my sort of experience working in the creative and cultural industries, I had the opportunity to go to some of these cultural sites or heritage sites, and I realized that there was such a disparity between what these sites could potentially be and their current state, and how sometimes they were even not impacting the communities they were in. So for this project, we decided to focus on the Elmina Castle. And I think what really makes the Elmina Castle quite significant is that this castle has been there for over like 600 years, and yet when you go into the community, it's still like the most dominant feature on the landscape. And that really struck a chord with me because, I was touring this castle and looking out at it through the landscape, and I was wondering, does this have any benefit for the community at all? And is there a possibility for that to happen in some shape or form? And so it was with these ideas that, I had at the back of my mind that I came to the Founding Lab. And, it was through that sort of, thinking about these things that we decided to have conversations around it. And I met my partner, Bart. What would you want to?
Thank you. Yes, that's where it happened, at ITU and in the Founding Lab. So I came from the other side. I came from the Dutch side, and what I saw in Amsterdam is that there is a lot of buildings connected to the colonial history of the Netherlands, and you pass by them every day. I passed by them many times. I've lived in Amsterdam for a long time, without even noticing that this history is there, right? So in Amsterdam, this history has been sort of washed from these buildings, and they have been repurposed. But up to an extent where the history is completely forgotten. And I felt it is time to readdress this history again. So Paul and I found each other on opposite sides of this colonial history. And that's why we decided to work together.
Yeah, and so, just having that common ground and having this desire to reclaim these spaces and to have them benefit the communities. We had initial ideas about it, but we realized very quickly that, and also through the support of our project supervisor, we realized quickly that we couldn't sit here in ITU and sort of project what our feelings or aspirations of what reclamation could be on these communities. And so a first and very critical step would be to go into these communities, have conversations with them, and have them tell us what reclamation meant for them, what decolonization meant for them. And so, we went to Ghana. I'm from Ghana, but I didn't live in that community. I live about 4 hours away from that community. Bart came to Ghana, and we both went and we had a workshop over there, and we met, stakeholders from that community, and it was really insightful. And then we went to Amsterdam, and we did the same there as well. And then we had some really interesting results. I think one that we can quickly highlight is that for something that we thought would be obvious, like just knowing the history and interacting with it, that wasn't there. And so for them to even reclaim the castle or reclaim these spaces, there was a fundamental lack of understanding of the history attached to this. And so we realized that there are certain narratives that we needed to change and certain basic foundations that needed to be laid in order for us to even begin this work of reclamation and decolonization. And so this is the first step that we've done. There are other steps that are coming up, which is sort of one of the outputs which we saw low-hanging fruits really, was to teach the history, but also to share the feelings and the expressions that we got, the words that we got from the participants through an XR experience. And we've done like a physical installation of that through a poem that was co-authored by a poet and a writer in Ghana, and my colleague Bart Kuipers, which you will see at the exhibition space. And so that's a physical representation of what we plan on doing in an XR environment, and then enable that environment for people to then project their own dreams and their own visions of what reclamation can be for themselves and for their communities as well. That's it.
Thank you, Paul. Bart?
Yeah.
Dorothea.
Thank you. I'm Dorothea Dolinšak. I come from Slovenia, where I study new media art, and I'm represented by Kersnikova Institute. And I did a project called Flagged in Flux. And I would just like to quickly tap into the wider context. So my general artistic practice is centered around radical extreme environments. And I find them so interesting because of the way they challenge the human existence on so many levels. And here I find specifically intrigued by this juxtaposition between living on a planet in deep ecological, geopolitical crisis and trying to survive in outer space. And for this project, Flagged in Flux, the main object of investigation was the flag on the moon. The moon is here presented as some kind of alienated, elsewhere, unclaimed environment but still how our approach to this environment is still with this very colonialistic, nationalistic mindset. And so the first thing that we did when we landed on the moon was we planted a flag, right, to claim this territory. But the interesting thing about a radical environment is that the moon lacks atmosphere, it lacks oxygen, so it bleached the flag white within few hours. So it erased this colonialistic idea, and I call this some kind of forced surrender. And in this project, Flagged in Flux, I wanted to play with this narrative a bit. So I used in installation the white flag, which is flagging because of the propeller, but what this propeller is powered by is the replica of the same hammer that was used to plant this flag, which is slowly being dissolved, and as such it works as a battery for this propeller to flatter the flag and basically produce artificial wind. Yeah.
Hello. Great. All right. So my name is Nathan, and I'm from the UK. And I am a historian. I study a master's program in global environmental history at the University of Uppsala. So this project, Mechanical Learning and the Book of Nature, came together through a kind of intuitive connection that I made between my studies of Renaissance herbal books, which are books that were written before the scientific revolution to collect all the knowledge of the perceived created order into one book. And that's the dream. They never managed it, but the dream is to build this knowledge into a technology, the book, which by accumulation of information creates some kind of new total object of knowledge, a technology of knowledge. And that rang intuitively very closely with what I was hearing learning about artificial intelligence, where the idea of, particularly with a general AI system, where you accumulate so much knowledge that it's beyond a human, or beyond the total of knowledge that a human can know. And in doing that, the technology has some kind of extra knowledge, extra perception that we wouldn't have otherwise. And the real similarities between these two processes, that was the intuition, but the real similarities is they're both systems that require and work with plagiarism in huge ways. Because these medieval herbal books, this is my facsimile that I made, which you can see in the other room. The medieval herbal books, obviously they're too long, too big for anyone to write out of their own knowledge and their own experience. So what they did, thank you. What they did was they piled every reference and every picture they could find from other people into their books. And it's the same with AI systems, where you just take in as much information without necessarily attributing it, without critically using it. You create these big systems of plagiarism, and from them you generate nonsense. So the medieval texts that I copied, so in this book that I have, which I made, here's one I made earlier. It's the original text from a book by a man called John Gerard from 1597, and I wanted to preserve the sort of nonsense of the medieval generated information. So in that, there's real historical information, but there's also stories that really just don't make sense. The best one is the idea of a goose that grows on trees, which you can see there. And then my images are taking the original images from the 1597 book and putting them through an AI image generator to create images informed by the nonsense that comes out of AI generation. So in this case, it's if you see in the top right, there's an image of a plant with a root, and then 2 across from it, it's turned the root into a basket. But at the same time, it's drawn kind of nicer, greener leaves. It adds some truth, but it also adds a whole load of strange derivative nonsense. So in collecting this, I wanted to ground the narrative of AI away from an idea of mechanical machine learning as a future technology with no basis in a history of learning mechanisms. I wanted to take it away from that and ground it in this physical object that felt and looked like an ancient book. and then within that book facilitate an interaction between the sort of the generated nonsense that comes from both sides. And I think that represents the kind of interdisciplinary moment of connection. Because for me, I don't think that Renaissance Herbals is necessarily the most similar, the most excellent comparison, but it was the one that was in my head. And I think there's something important about that.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Louisa, and I will read. A Brazilian architect and sociologist, currently a master's student in the Social Computing Lab of KAIST in South Korea. I'm working with Sayan Donju, who's there recording me. And our project is called Sketches for a Self-Analysis, in which we created a theoretical framework for two separate outputs. So it's one which is my individual output called Anamnesis, a framework to put myself to rest, and Unknowable Certainty, which will be shown tonight at Deep Space. Please don't miss it. And my project will also result in a paper that is investigating different ideas and networks of interdisciplinarity in the Founding Lab. And I took the title of our panel very seriously because you will hear now about it, because understanding narratives and telling stories, they are the heart of our integrated methodology. For starters, let's distinguish two possible perceptions of narrative. One as representation, and another one which would be as an ontological condition of social life, what we call an ontological narrativity. Why is that? Stories, they are the content of the networks that make up social reality, our relationships to people, things, places, and situations around us. They are explained by the stories that we tell about them. The stories, they help us understand our emplotment in the social space and the social time, as well as our embedding into the networks that we are a part of. In that sense, they are very important sources of social order, and which means that they are important ways to enforce a sense of control over life, over people. And control, of course, not just in the sense of coercion, but also simply in trying to understand how to navigate the uncertain social reality. This means that in trying to make sense of life, I am trying to control things just as much as the objects of my study that I'm applying my framework, right? So it's a bit of understanding this interplay between being subject and object of the same sort of analysis. So, or at least seeing that I'm equal to my objects of study. And so in this sense, Sayan and I, we came together as people of different backgrounds with a similar interest in storytelling and a similar problem of struggling to let go of control. At first, we wanted to create a single project about trying to control our emotions through computational thinking strategies, but we got a lot more out of the process than an idea for one project. It was really a journey of theoretical self-discovery for both of us and aligning our beliefs, skills, and interests to realize a coherent sense of methodology that worked for us. Like our collaborator, Hoon, who's not here sadly, says, the direction of art and if science, if I may say, should share a logical structure with the direction of life. And this alignment is not something that you can do by yourself. We use Bourdieu's concept of self-analysis to describe this exploration of our semester-long process because it's more than just a self-serving expression. It's truly an exercise in accountability in both our creative and scientific practices. And with the current crisis of publishing and journals in science, I think that accountability is something that should be very in fashion right now. So the storied life, this narrativized self, it might be inevitable, but we do not want personally to be victims of our desperation for control and understanding everything and finding causes for everything amidst things that are contingent at best. In that sense, the theoretical studies that we did on the role of narratives, they became a source of comfort, and they also helped me build a stronger sense of what kind of scientist I wanted to be as someone who's just transitioned from architecture to sociology. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, hello. I hope you can hear me. I'm Pritha. I'm an intersectional movement and visual artist. And we developed this project in co-creation with Aman Prasad, who's there, also filming me. Love our collaborators. So here's some visuals for you to look at while I explain my project. And I think there's a video. Okay. So coming back to narratives and lived experiences, our lived experiences which are everything that has happened, is happening, and will happen to us, stays with us as memories. And these experiences inform our expressions and our narratives and our interactions. And the focus of my work is on how do we create accessible, equitable, and empathetic spaces for voicing and embodying these narratives through movement and visual arts. And integrating multisensory experiences through technology is an important part of it. This project invites us to feel our lived experiences and explore what it means for our movement expressions, and also what movement means for us as humans and societies. It is a space to contemplate, to reflect and react, to explore moving bodies in space around us. And I share my research, what moved me, thoughts, words, places, feelings, senses, and invite individuals to explore what moves them. I believe it is essential to make space for welcoming and valuing diverse expressions and experiences. And it is important to craft pedagogical and research environments around lived experiences of individuals. This is where my work situates in the context of founding of a new university. Between October to January, among regular research, I was designing and hosting participatory workshops and research spaces with communities, which informed this installation and the sensor-assisted interactivity design, as well as the participatory performances. I wanted to research methodologies to break traditional binaries of audience, performer, artist, non-artist, and rethink what constitutes performative spaces and where movement art fits in, and means what it means for us beyond these performative spaces. And as the project progressed, a primary focus was on practice-led research, which prioritized rest and care, and trying to break away from ableist and productivity-driven indices of progress. And artistic choices and decisions played an important role in shaping this project, which were informed by the participatory nature, as well as the workshops that I did. This work draws from my background of practicing different movement arts. It is also combined a lot with facilitation methods research informed by movement therapeutic approaches, behavioral sciences, group behavior and pattern formation, and also the neuroscience of memory and learning and proprioception. And in this work, I mean, it wouldn't have been possible, it's not my work. It's possible only because of support from residencies, the Kaunas 3022 residency, my co-creator Aman Prasad, the founding lab, my technical collaborator Pavila, sound consultant Michael Wall, and also Augustus, Gary, Pitt, Jabao, Bart, my facilitator, the founding lab students, and the fellows. So thank you.
Gerfried, maybe you want to?
Yeah, I mean, before we go into more questions to you, I think what we see already is that, or at least my impression is that actually the topic narrative was the most difficult one. I mean, it's and not because I don't mean that you didn't produce excellent works, but it is so much easier, I think, to really think about directly the implication of technology for this or that. But the narration now, and I think your projects are showing this very well. This is going to this very important part of seeing the big picture. And I think this is something what is somehow the highest aim of this endeavor of a new university. Not just to train experts, which is of course super necessary and important, no doubt about it, but how to really get hold of the big picture. I mean, this is, what capabilities do you need? What kind of sensitivities do you have to bring as students, but also the fellows, the teachers, the environment? What is necessary to get the big picture? And I think this is really something that is very strongly missing. But I have a very positive feeling also, not just with your presentations, but also before, that we are in a good direction towards. And I think when we elaborate a little bit more on your project, we can get a better understanding of this.
Would you like to?
We can start. I mean, we have some questions that we prepared beforehand also, of course, which I think helps us to dive deeper in the project. I think in terms of getting the bigger picture, of course, your project is insofar very interesting because you represent two different perspectives. And both of you are artists and people who, of course, went into this project with a very high awareness already. But then how did, so to say, the encounter of your different perspectives, did this contribute to a larger picture? How important was the experience on site, and how did this change or open up maybe your perspectives?
Yeah, so like you said, I mean, we're artists, and we're, you know, in some shape or form already embedded in these communities, me being in Ghana, him coming from the Netherlands. And so, yeah, we did have some ideas. But I think that, well, two things happened. First of all, coming to the founding lab opened us up to the possibility of, you know, the scale of the project. And so not just having it done in, let's say, in Ghana and him in Netherlands, but connecting, you know, both communities, right? So that scale, first of all, became apparent to us. And so because of that shared connectivity. But then I think that we were having this discussion when I went to, you know, Amsterdam. And we're just talking about how when we went into the communities, the gravity or the scale of the project really sunk deep within us, because we thought it was a need. We thought it'd be good to do. But then when we spoke with the people, we realized it was essential to be done. It was needed. And it was quite a sobering moment for both of us when we had a discussion, and some discussions before the workshop happened and some after the workshop happened. So it really just sort of sunk within us that this was something we had to carry forward and do. Other institutions may have tried in some shape or form, and sometimes have just left without, you know, not doing much. But I think what also helped for us was that this was not like a top-down approach. We didn't come and say, hey, this is what we want to do for you, etc. But it was a listening, more co-creation. And so this came from them and said that, like, this is what we need. And we realized very quickly that some of it was quite low-hanging fruit that could be accomplished with the skills that we have and the knowledge that we have. So it got crystallized in our heads as much as possible. Yeah, but do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, going to Ghana brought my perspective immensely. There was no way that we could, as Paul mentioned, envision from sitting here in this building what goes on in a community like Elmina, and what a cultural heritage site like Elmina Castle means to people over there. And I think the moment that we realized that what we had thought up and was a theoretical exercise up until then was real was when we had a talk before the workshop with a representative, Michael from Brand Elmina, who told us we were always going in with the assumption that people know about the history of this castle, that is really a very prominent building in this town, and that towers over the whole town. And he told us like 90 to 95% of the people in this town has never been inside the castle, doesn't know what it stands for, only knows it's a tourist attraction, people come there to visit, and that's it. So that immediately started us off like at a very different point than where we thought we would start off. And I think that's just one example of many, of how we gained insights along the way, perpetually, all the time. So, yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah. I will have another question for you later, but let's continue.
Yeah. Dorothea, your project very much relates to the space age, and a lot of narratives that are connected to it, like the colonization of the moon, the political fights between the two big political enemies at that time. Also, like very much you relate to the questions of nature that you showed in your work, which what I'm alluding to is your project consists of many parts and probably also partners that came together. How did their respective stories influence the story and line that you created and that you worked with?
I think, yeah, the project is about space age, but at the same time, there's this saying that we discovered the Earth only when we landed on the moon, because we got finally this perspective from the outside. And yeah, this project is a group effort also of different collaborators from Slovenia who helped me do this project. And also the installation itself is also kind of, there are three main elements, right? And I wanted to work with these three elements that were still used in this planting a flag, but wanted to turn the story upside down a bit and kind of create a different narrative. That's why the hammer that is originally called geological hammer, so something that is supposed to be there that makes you connect to the land itself, it was there for an entirely different purpose. And that's why I used this process of dissolvement, which produces energy then for the flag to finally flutter, which is, of course, a metaphor.
Thank you.
Cool. Now to you and your wonderful book. Maybe we should show it again.
Choose a good page.
Yeah, well, you have to choose a good page. Because I'm not sure if everybody has seen it. I think it's... yeah, okay. This should be available as T-shirts soon, is this right? Yeah, no, but I mean, you described very well already in the first presentation this relationship, and that this project really is such a wonderful metaphor for the way how we as humanity, as societies, are always gathering information, collecting what's there, and then we try to make meaning out of it. And in the process of making meaning, we are not always 100% correct. We fake something, not only now with AI, but even 500 years earlier. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on your experiences also working with AI to recreate these images.
I think... Oh, hello. Amazing. I think this is a good opportunity to talk about my title, actually, which is Mechanical Learning and the Book of Nature. I think the idea, in fact, I've also written it and the Book of Life, because nature is as we know, I suppose, nature is a concept that is defined through these kind of books and this kind of technological mediation. Because what really interests me is this issue of how we take a huge set of ideas about and experiences interacting with the non-human and put it into technologies or communication methods to synthesize it with other people. And both AI and these herbal books share like a common colonial, imperial, whatever kind of prestige information flaw, because there's an idea that we have one technology in which all information can be codified, and in that technology it will be manipulated, mobilized, used for whatever purposes it should be used for. So I really wanted to draw out a type of history that highlights the process of assimilation, codification of lived experience and stories and narratives into these technologies. And the history of that is what I call the history of mechanical learning, because it's the history of learning through accumulation, and that accumulation takes place through technology. And so it could just as easily have been a project about medieval bestiaries or ancient Roman medicine, or you could do mythology, you could do loads of things like that. I wanted to do this one because it was my personal connection. But the way that I would build this out into a more detailed, deeper project is to really focus on that conceptual way of looking at history, because I think it offers a really important decolonial criticism of total knowledge systems that offers context to a lot of the tensions around AI and its power and its implications for the future.
Cool. Very interesting approach.
Well, Luisa, basically, as we are the object and the subject of your research, as you took the founding lab as a case study, what aspects especially informed your research, and also like where would you see the narrative for the University of the Future shape forward from your experience now?
Great. So I think as a sociologist, Most of my work so far, I'm not very attached to my objects of study in the sense that I'm very, very attached to my frameworks and theories, and I really like having the chance to apply them to different contexts. So I've had the chance of doing that several times. But at the same time, all of the studies that I've done so far, they have been related to personal context. So my most interesting insight comes from this immersion, let's say, even if it's just something that I'm a part of, like a hobby, and it becomes an object of study, something that I've done multiple times. Concerning the Founding Lab, I just thought that it was a very interesting place to think about our social survival, because when you walk into an interdisciplinary space, especially one like this, which is quite unique because you're dealing with, you're related to this amazing art institute that is working with technology, but it's a university, so you have all these scientists from different scientific fields. And the first thing everyone would do, which is a basic social need, is try to understand their place, like try to establish our footing. And the different ways of throughout, I think the interesting thing was throughout, starting from summer school, because there were so many of us, but then more developed during fall term, is how each one of us, according to our backgrounds, understood our place, how that changed, how imposter syndrome came up and went, and how these different trajectories that each one of us had built so far informed how confident or how not confident we felt to express ourselves or to feel like we belonged or to feel like outsiders. So I think that this was something that piqued my interest, and I got some inspiration from studies that were conducted in Brazil in the 90s, and how different youth activist groups used the word citizenship, which is kind of a big word that they could all use, like with different political agendas, to try to gather different people under their perspective to move. They made a large national movement, but each one of us had very different ideas of what citizenship meant. So for me, this was the case here, because different people have different views of what interdisciplinarity is. And I think if you want to build an interdisciplinary university that's going to try to advance that as not just as a big word that you put on display, but as really as a way of doing science, of creating new knowledge, of contributing to society, the first thing to do is, what is interdisciplinarity? And make sure that everyone, it doesn't have to be the same, it will never be the same, but to make sure that everyone's on the same page. I'm not sure if my study will show what the same page should be, but I hope that it at least comes with some interesting insight in how these different views are articulated and how they can be productive or not.
Thank you.
Coming back to the big picture and the quest for the power of narrative, we have seen, some people went to Ghana, even to the moon. You went back 500 years in history. And Britta, you basically stayed within yourself. As a movement artist, as a performing artist, you were going for the question of narration by movement and how technology might be a new way to enhance this. How was this experience?
It was, this is something that I have been grappling with for a long time, because growing up, where I come from, you cannot be an artist or a scientist. You need to come from privilege to do that. And for me, I used to love dance and I used to love biology. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? Because I don't want to be a doctor or an engineer. So that's how far back this goes. And I was doing research in evolutionary biology and ecology until I realized that I can't do one, somewhere both of them have to stick together. And so now I ground my work in movement arts and visual arts, but it is always informed from my background and my interests. And I have realized how far technology can go in making things accessible, in bridging these barriers that citizenship, geography, and a lot of other things have, that we have created. So that's where technology fits in this exploration. And for me, I feel movement is something that may be very inherent to us, but growing up, we somehow go in a space where we learn to sit still, we learn to conform, and we sort of suppress those expressions, and so much of our communication may be non-verbal. And then how do we go back, like peel those layers off and find out, this expression that is within us, and it may be something very important for many of us. And so far, movement arts is seen as dance or martial arts or yoga, but it's always a sort of a performance, and it's seen as through an elitist and an ableist lens, in the sense that you need to be, need to reach it needs to look great, it needs to look good, and otherwise you can't do it. And that's not the thing. And I think that's where technology can really change things in making things accessible. There are a lot of other avenues, of course, we don't have time for that. And to also go back many, many years, like when ballet shoes were invented or the modern ballet shoes by Anna Pavlova, that was technology. So I don't think technology ever goes separate from the progression of the art, and we just keep discovering newer avenues. So for me, it's definitely accessibility. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think an interesting point here is because you're really working about this question also of body language. And I think what we see here is that, of course, also on the quest for narration and the future narrations, we also have to think about the language. I mean, you cannot build a narrative without somehow a kind of common language. And I think that's very interesting to see, again, the different approaches. Of course, in your project, very directly. You go to different places, you go into the sciences, you have a very wonderful artistic installation. You explore the world of artificial intelligence, which is often now presented to us as the new universal language and translation tool. So that's, I think, a very interesting common thread also among this project.
Does any of you want to take it up, or
there's a very I think when I think about narrative and what I mentioned, so the theoretical framework that I apply in my research, it concerns like seeing the networks not just as the structure, but as really like this phenomenological condition of social life. When I say that the ties of our networks are stories, and when I think about that, the reason I enjoy this framework so much is because it helps me to realize a sense of studies that don't start just from change, but from continuities. And I think that when what I find interesting about all these studies is that we're actually finding, when you find a common thread, not just across different contexts, but just across history as well, we are actually realizing that a lot changes, but a lot stays the same. And I think people, especially in the sciences, especially in cultural sociology, which is my field, there's an obsession with changes, rapidly changing, change, transformation, etc., which isn't a bad thing, of course. But we are what we are because a lot of things don't change. And I really enjoyed the way, I think this was something that was brought up a lot of times in this school. And I think one of my favorite things maybe about this entire group is that if before coming, if you had asked me to imagine what the group of students from the Founding Lab, knowing all the context, would be like, I would have never imagined what we were. And that's definitely my favorite thing, because that's what actually enables this creation of like stereotypes. They're not completely useless and not completely lies, but it's good to go beyond them. And finding the potential that we have to create new things, but figuring out what are the things that are worth keeping. I think that's a good point. What I like about stories, maybe.
I have a follow-up about...
yeah.
Hello. Okay. Well, I have a follow-up about frameworks, because a lot of my project, what that involved was coming up with this framework. And it's a very intuitive process, I think, at the beginning, thinking, this feels connected. And then there was that process where, I didn't know enough about AI to be sure. So I had to have lots of conversations with people who kind of pulled me up on all the things I didn't understand, which is important. And I think I like the way that we can have different frameworks and we can pull them out and focus on different moments, different ways of thinking. Mine is focusing on those times when stories get told by non-humans or encoded into technology in different ways. So it's focusing on those moments. But there's so many other ways to do it, and I think that's really interesting and important.
Yeah, adding to that actually directly, like to both of you, is when we talk about common languages and what you said, like all of this makes sense and can only sort of materialize when we not learn, but when we can make spaces to listen and to understand, like not for the sake of just, doing that, but to really effectively realize it. And I think for that, you need like quite a bit of intent and research into it, because it's not natural for us, I think, to be able to listen and understand. And this is something we cultivate with the intent of creating a space where common knowledge, common languages can thrive, So, yeah.
Paul?
Oh. Yeah. So, I mean, just listening to the two of you talk, I was sort of thinking within our project's context, what the narrative would be and what a narrative is. And I think it's more crystallized now just hearing you guys speak, because I think that's what's lacking. That was what was lacking, like a common narrative or common shared understanding of what these buildings mean in both places. And so one of the things we realized quickly during both workshops was just the demographics. In Elmina, it's like very young, demographic. And then in Amsterdam was a much older demographic. I remember feeling sort of, I wouldn't say intimidated, but wondering what we could offer to. When we saw the young demographic, we said, could they relate to this? When we saw the older demographic, it was, well, what do we have to show them that they don't already know? And then going through the co-creation process, we realized very quickly that the outcomes were quite similar. And so there was actually a point in the workshop where we put the outcomes, when we finished the workshops, we put the outcomes from Elmina on the board, and then we put the ones that they had just sort of come out with themselves on the board, and we actually did a mapping and realized that there was a shared, understanding of what needed to happen, the changes that could be implemented. And I think it was sobering for all of us. And I think that when you have a shared narrative, it creates agency. It creates a shared understanding, but also creates an agency, and it creates the ability for knowing how to move forward. And I think that's one of the things that's also been missing for quite some time. There was a conference, and I had, there's a writer, sorry, his name has just skipped me, but he was part of the struggle for liberation in Africa. And when that movement was going on, there was a point in time where some items, colonial items, local items could be returned back to African countries. And what happened was that the new leaders, African leaders who had come into place, actually asked that the items be not returned, which was new to me. And the reason they asked for the items not to be returned, because they were worried that if the people saw these items, which were sometimes symbols for what their cultures had used for struggles and liberations within their local, it would incite people or would rally people to then sort of rise up and ask for better rights and better conditions. So they had become the new overlords, and these were local, like new presidents, and they had become, and they wanted the items to stay there because they didn't want the people to rally around the things that identified them and reminded them that they were warriors and they could overcome certain challenges. And so the power of narrative and a shared narrative, I think, is really strong, and it creates agency. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the point. Oh, Bert, please go ahead.
I'm also to the next.
Is there questions that you would like to ask in the audience? Oh, there's quick. Would you pass?
Hi, thank you so much. I have a question that maybe very directly relates to three of your projects. For others, I think it could relate, but we're talking a lot about heritage, or like some of your projects talk about heritage, like about this heritage that we left on the moon, about what we've done in the past, and also, I guess, with your books. But it also becomes very clear that heritage changes forms, like with you, when it changes the color, or like the way that we perceive our past changes. I mean, I'm from the Netherlands myself, and I the sort of like the very colonial history was taught to me as the golden age because we were the richest country in the world, and this is also a narrative that is starting to change. And then with you, how this history or the information about this, it keeps changing as well, or like the pictures kept on changing. So we're now with this whole university project going forward, going to the future, but yet we are bringing also our history that also kind of like changes all the time. So what is this importance, or how shall we kind of take our heritage with us, like going forward from here on out?
Go ahead.
I can start that.
The Dutch.
Yeah, I mean, personally speaking, I think it's important that we learn the truth about our heritage, right? And I think these narratives that you are talking about, also, I'm also Dutch. I've learned the same in school. Pieces are left out, very important pieces, maybe the most important pieces, because they're not convenient to hear for the people who are in power, right? So I think the very first step is to be honest about where you come from, to know your history, and to familiarize yourselves also with the parts of your own history that you cannot be proud of. And from there, there's maybe a possibility to build shared futures. I was going to say narratives that we can all understand, universal narratives, true universal narratives, instead of these lies that have been told to us for a very long time.
I think heritage is really interesting, and I've done lots of random different ways to study heritage. But I think when you learn about it, when you find out the things, even things that aren't so concrete, like the stuff with the AI and the herbals is quite a loose link in many ways. It's quite a speculative link. But there is a shared heritage, and a heritage of like intellectual domination there that, you know, it's a lot of silly pictures, but when those processes that create nonsense are applied to real scenarios with real people's lives and real like ways of understanding the world, they don't become so silly anymore. You know, it becomes really important, and that's the kind of thing that you start understanding when you start understanding heritage and history.
Dorothea, would you like to add on it, or? Well, then let's open up just so we engage the audience as well. Claudix, right? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm from Peru, and when I arrived to the founding lab, I had a Peruvian understanding of coloniality, or even a South American understanding of coloniality, given that I share imposed language, religiosity, and culture with a lot of South American countries, and Brazil was one barrier that we had was that you had a different colonizer, and now we cannot speak the same language, for example, no? Even though it's common, like it's similar, yeah, it shares a root. So as all the conversations, like talking with Paul, talking with Prita, I was like, wow, that's how your colonization looked like? Like, that's what your colonizers did? Like, it helped me understand colonization is an event that happened very differently everywhere in the world. Actually, it's very related, because when there was independence in South America, then, now we have to get the resources from this part of the world that some nations refused for some time, no? Because it was more dangerous, and there was malaria in Africa, for example. So once you start tying up the notes, you say, yes, it makes a global history that has to be collectively rethought. And I wanted to get your opinions, because colonial is one word. And I want to know, what do you think, if any of these words, is it useful for you, given it means nothing really? What do you feel like? It could be, a lot of people hate post-colonial because it's not over. Anti-colonial, is it pertinent? Decolonial, how can we, when we talk about colonialism, how can we actually give a more informed perspective of what we're talking about. Colonization of the moon, for example, it's completely out of the spectrum also for me. Like, tell me more about it. Like, which words is it good to talk about this?
Very brief. Since I was talking about how to use words productively, right? Your vision of the word that you're employing, regardless of what word is informed by what you do with it. So I think that a lot of people, they put up the word decolonial, anti-colonial, post-colonial, whatever it is, and they do nothing to actually it's not simply undoing, right? Because you cannot undo all that was done up until now with the countries or the peoples that were colonized, that suffered through these processes, but it's what you do with it. So when you take this word, do you take it seriously, or is it just for show? Starting from that. And then the second thing would be, I think, I'm gonna say this as a mixed person, okay? Because I'm mixed Brazilian, so I have African heritage, I have native Brazilian heritage, I have European heritage as well, since I'm quite white passing. Being a hybrid, it means that the problem with the word is that we always conceive them in terms of binaries, right? It either is or it either isn't. And I think that since it's going to be very hard with, be it citizenship, decolonialism, be it interdisciplinary, since it's very hard to find a real common productive thread, the most importantly is, can you imagine it outside the framework in which it has to be exactly what you conceive of it, but more what you do about it? And I think in this sense, I'm going to be like, I'm your friend, so I can say that what you do is amazing in that sense. But the most important thing is whether it produces some change, or it imagines something new. It can be like, I don't know, I can't even imagine it like anti-colonialism, I don't know, but as long as it's actually imagining a new possibility and co-creating a future in which the colonialized peoples are no longer struggling to get by and sharing a different type of world almost, we talk about that so much, I think that the word itself doesn't mean as much as what you do with it.
Yeah, so I was just sort of thinking about your question, and I hope I have it right in my head, but you know, when we had, during our founding lab exercise, we had this workshop where we had to put together a video. And I came around and I was asking you guys, what is the word decolonize or colonialism in your language? And I think the most surprising thing for me, and just what dawned on me right there and then, because I hadn't thought much about it, was that in most of our local languages, we don't have a word for colonialism, right? There's no local word for it, but there was in Spanish, and there was in English, right? But I couldn't think of a word in my local language to say, colonialism or to colonize. You know, it was the idea. There's a phrase which probably just means to subjugate someone, to oppress someone. You know, there's a phrase for that. But it's a long phrase. It's a number of words, which means we didn't do it or practice it enough to shorten it and say, this is a thing. This is a thing, right? So it's interesting for me to hear you say that. And it's the same thing. I think, just talking about what happened in your country, what happened in Brazil. I mean, it's the same thing in West Africa, right? I mean, in Ghana, for instance, the neighbor that we find close affiliation with is Nigeria. And it's not even because we're close to Nigeria, but because we're both colonized by the British. But then in between, we have Togo, and we have Burkina Faso, and we have French, and we have almost no relationship in terms of like affinity, right? And it's sad because some of them are just our neighbors, right? And so there's loss of trade that has come as a result of that, just being able to, interact with them and understand them and spend time with them. These have been some of the impacts, right? And so speaking of decolonization, for us, one of the things we thought about was, this conversation about decolonizing our textbooks, for instance, so that maybe we can add a lot more local language, decolonizing like our clothing, what does that look like? And one of the things that struck me when I went to the castle, to be quite honest with you, was, so in Ghana, we say, I have a friend who's a dancer, and she made a video, and in the video she said, history is taught to us from when the white men arrived. That's how history was taught to us, which almost seemed as if we didn't have a history before then. And so we grew up with the notion, even in my generation, that white was best, right? The West was best. So Western movies, Western clothes, the way you speak, all of that, right? I mean, I'd be listening with a generation, like a much older generation, and was listening to the news, and they'd get upset when somebody didn't speak English properly or made a mistake, with their accent and all of these things. And it was just quite recently that we started getting away from that. It's like, hey, you can speak English and make a mistake. It's not your local language. It's not your language. You speak your language fluently, and you speak it really well. So, so I think it's these ideas, and that's how we are starting to define what decolonizing means, right, for us. Like coming back to ourselves and feeling confident in ourselves that this is who we are. This is trying to form an identity, because we've realized that because these ideas are still in our head, we don't have a common identity that's strong enough for us to say, this is not for us, we're moving in this direction. But slowly, I think with the younger generation, we're starting to realize that, and it's sitting in our souls, and we're happy about that. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Well, with this, I think we're gonna wrap up, especially as, okay, very short, not 3 questions this time, but I'm loving to hear one, okay?
So, short one question of mine is, this question has been the question of my life, throughout my life. When we share our narratives, we usually fall into the trap of using the words that a lot of people use, the empowered languages. Or less than that, we tend to just share our narratives within our own community, which we share the experiences or viewpoints. But as a social scientist, I think that we can gain the most from the opposite people. And we want to talk to the people who are in the opposite sense. But if we cannot really find a connection or a shared point between them, how can we try to not lose interest in others' narratives? Or how can we actually talk with those narratives in that sense?
Okay. Anyone who wants to take this question? Nathan?
I can say something.
Nathan?
No, I'll just say, sorry, could you repeat?
The question.
The other question, could you, repeat it, sorry, you say that again.
How do you communicate with the narratives which are totally different from you?
I think it depends again on intent. You can only speak to somebody who's willing to listen. There is no, if somebody's not ready to listen or be present with you, and if they are, then I think you have already reached halfway, right? And then, I agree that I don't know if you can gain the most, but it's definitely a very important conversation or a space to make where you don't, work within your circle of acceptance. But then it has to come with that intent that the other spaces also want to make space for you. And I don't think how we can force that. I'm also curious to know if that's possible. So, yeah.
Maybe because we will take these conversations into the future. The way you actually said it is, this is exactly the space a university should be, where you share different narratives and you come together to talk about different narratives, learn different narratives, and explore this within your university to which you come from, different spaces, especially if we are lucky in being able to create a university like this that's very much outward-looking, interdisciplinary. And this is exactly what we are doing now. We are going and looking onto more stories, narratives, shared experiences. We're moving towards the Ars Electronica Center, and I'll give you the word in a moment, but I'm really, really, really grateful for the collaboration with Ars Electronica over the past year, nearly, and maybe much longer through my life. So I'm really happy to have that, and I'm very grateful to each and every of you that you came, that you shared, that you produced the work, that you supported the people here, including everyone from the staff, the technology team, everyone here. Thank you very much.
And also, of course, big thank you to you, Katja. Big thank you to Gerrit for being here today. And indeed, we are ending the session here at ITU now. So thanks very much for coming. But like I said, there will be a whole nother part in the evening at 8:30 at Deep Space. So we hope to see some of you there. A reminder to all the students, we have to be there at 6. We don't have that long. So yes, please make sure you grab your stuff, leave it in a somewhat clean way, and then we see you all in a little bit over there.
Thank you.